Week 1, Unit 1, Exercise 1. Sometimes, when people have behaved badly, it is wise not to treat them badly in return. It is better to forgive them and let bygones be bygones. In such instances, we might continue to recognize that they deserve worse, yet at the same time we choose to set this consideration aside. Some philosophers have found this paradoxical. How, they ask, can we say that someone deserves ill treatment and at the same time endorse forgiveness? If we ought to treat people as they deserve, and someone deserves to be treated badly, then forgiving him and giving up the bad treatment necessarily involves failing to do what we ought to do. It would follow, then, that we ought never to forgive people. Thus, the argument goes, we cannot both acknowledge deserts and countenance forgiveness. Exercise 2. Have you ever thought about what the world is doing when you are not watching? One day, while driving home from work, the freeway was jammed up, so I exited and took a long and windy road home through the countryside. I was thinking about this question and asked myself, what do I see right now? In that moment, I could see a rolling hillside covered in green grass under a bluish sunset. But what lay beyond it? Surely I would know in a minute or so when my car crested the hill. But I realized that my story of what lay beyond the hill was a fabrication in my mind. I could imagine the next hill, but the only reason I ascribe any reality to my imagination is that the next hill always appears when I get to the top of this one. My assumption that the next hillside exists is always verified, but it is verified by a future observation. In the present, all I know is what I am perceiving right now. Exercise 3. In a series of studies, participants were led to believe that they would have either a rich or impoverished social life in the future. For example, participants were given feedback from a supposed personality test, indicating either that they could expect many positive and meaningful social relationships in their lives, or that they would likely end up alone in the future. In a subsequent task, those participants who were made to feel low in belonging were faster to identify a smiling face in a set of sad and angry faces. Participants who were made to feel socially connected did not differ in the speed with which they could find smiling, angry, or sad faces. In another experiment, participants' eye movements were tracked. Low-belonging participants were more likely to look at smiling compared with angry, sad, and neutral faces, and they were slower to disengage their visual attention from smiling faces. These results show that the threat of social exclusion can lead people to direct their attention toward sources signaling acceptance. Exercise 4. Competition maintains the system of inequality in both schools and society. Supporting competitive systems is the ideology of competitive individualism, the notion that an individual's success or failure in life depends solely on her or his own efforts and merits, and that each person has an equal chance to compete and succeed. This discounts the powerful influence of race, gender, class, or any other aspects of a person's social identity on a person's chances for opportunity and success. Competitive individualism places the blame for failure squarely on people rather than on social institutions that privilege some people at the expense of others. The message is clear. Both winners and losers deserve what they get. Individualism is very different from individuality, which is the growth of each person's unique and full characteristics. Competitive individualism, in fact, hinders the growth of individuality in many people. Exercise 5. Working with solid woods invites us to use the woods that grow around us. It invites us to appreciate our trees and forests at a deeper level. With reverence for the material, we humans may admit to ourselves as true what we are beginning to learn about trees and forests. Peter Wohlleben, German forester, scientist, and author of The Hidden Life of Trees, and other scientists, including Suzanne Simard at the University of British Columbia, suggest that trees have the means to communicate with each other and protect each other from threat. Trees are sophisticated organisms that live in communities, support their sick neighbors, and have the capacity to make decisions and fight off predators. Wohlleben and Simard have been criticized for anthropomorphizing trees, but they maintain that to succeed in preserving our forests in a rapidly warming world, we must start to look at trees in an entirely new light. Woodworkers can play a role in promoting this understanding of trees. By better understanding how our materials are sourced, we can help to weave a sense of the interconnectedness of all life. By doing so, we can find greater meaning and purpose in our work, and greater respect from others as we do it. Exercise 6. The sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and feel of the world around us are solid, crisp, distinct, and real. We do not doubt them. Seeing is believing. The act of sensing something for ourselves cements it in reality. No longer a story told or heard, experienced secondhand, but a fixed representation of the real world around us, as solid as the floor beneath our feet, and as sharp as the knife blade that cuts our finger, as bright as the sun blinding us with its light. Our sensations are our portal into the physical world that envelops us, molds and shapes us. Through the act of sensation, doubt is cast aside, our faith in what we see or hear more absolute than a devout person's belief in God. In Aristotle's view, the 5 senses are the basis of all knowledge, through which we observe the essence of the world. Through our senses, the material world interacts with our psyche. Our inner world, our mind, is like soft wax imprinted with our sensory experiences. Exercise 7. If you walk down a path, the sounds of your footsteps provide you with information about your gait. It turns out that people feel heavier or lighter if the sounds they're fed from their footsteps are transformed through software. Via clever experimental tricks, a young researcher has shown that high pitches associated with footfalls cause people to feel lighter, whereas low pitches cause people to feel heavier. She has also found that where you think your own hand is can be influenced by where you hear your hand is. In work by others, it has been shown that where your hand seems to be can be dramatically affected if you feel your hand being stroked, while the hand you see being stroked isn't actually your hand, but instead is a rubber replica. The fact that you can be fooled into thinking your hand is several inches away from where it actually is shows that you are more strongly tuned to feedback than you might have imagined. Exercise 8. A simple definition of chain of command is simply the order of authority and power in any organization. What is important to note about chain of command is that decisions should be made only by those who have responsibility for those decisions. If leaders usurp the authority of the leaders under them and make decisions at those levels, they destroy the credibility of their subordinates. We see examples of this all the time. A staff member is angry with the decision of their boss and wants to manipulate that decision by going to the person over that individual. When this happens, the more senior leader in this situation needs to send the staff person back to deal with their direct boss to give them the opportunity to fix the situation, rather than riding in on their white horse to fix it for the staff. Open-door policies do not mean that you are there to fix things, but rather to give advice on the next steps that need to be followed. Exercise 9. Know-how and information are distinct, but they are also intimately connected. The ability of a system to pack know-how depends largely on the fluidity with which it can use information to reconstruct the dynamic networks it needs to accumulate that know-how. A seed is a perfect example of this. It is a package containing both the know-how and the information needed to create a plant, such as a tree. The development of a tree is nothing other than the majestic unpacking of know-how, facilitated by genetic information. A seed unpacking into a tree unpacks the know-how needed to perform photosynthesis, to build the structures that will transport nutrients and water from the ground to the leaves, and to defend itself against pests. A seed unpacking into a tree is an example of know-how and information being unpacked into a structure that is more complex than the one that begot it. The tree has the ability to perform functions that were absent in the seed. Exercise 10. An emerging organizing theme in neuroscience is that the brain has evolved, fundamentally, to make predictions. The claim here is not that the business of anticipating events is one of the brain's important chores. It is the main reason for having big brains in the first place. It's a perspective that seems counterintuitive at first, but you will warm up to it as soon as you see how the brain handles otherwise puzzling facts. The core idea is as follows. We can interact with the world in an infinite number of ways. Such complexity would quickly overwhelm us. So for behavior to be purposeful and timely in such a high-dimensional environment, the set of possible choices must be pruned. We accomplish this by continuously, automatically, and importantly, unconsciously generating expectations that meaningfully inform, constrain, perception, and action at every moment in life. Even when we daydream and don't engage in a specific activity, the brain doesn't idle, but actively produces predictions that anticipate future events. Exercise 11. Fingerprints develop early in the pregnancy period. Between the 6th and 13th weeks of life, the characteristic bumps are already forming on the fetal fingers and palms. Innumerable environmental factors will now influence the formation of the unique pattern, including the exact position of the fetus in the womb at an exact moment, and the exact composition and density of surrounding amniotic fluid that circulates around the fingers as they touch whatever they meet. The movement of the baby as he or she shifts around inside the womb, and the speed and size to which he or she grows, all affect how the fingerprint patterns form, and ensure that the truly unique physical feature which will distinguish each of us from anyone else is never copied. In the entire course of human history, there is virtually no chance of the same exact fingerprint pattern forming twice, because there is no chance of an identical set of prenatal events occurring to the same extent in the same way at the same time. And while other physical characteristics will change with age, your fingerprint remains the same right up to the grave. Touch something and you leave on it a telling trace of your uniqueness. Exercise 12. at the University of the West of England conducted a survey of 5,000 passengers commuting to London from the Midlands. 53% of them used Wi-Fi to catch up on work, thus essentially working. Email is the thin end of a wedge of work activities. Email allows someone to start engaging with their tasks, boss, and colleagues before they even physically set foot in the office, preparing themselves psychologically for the role they need to play. In his 2019 paper, Between Home and Work, Commuting as an Opportunity for Role Transitions, John Jakimowicz from Harvard Business School found that commuting offered an opportunity to conduct work-related prospection and boundary management strategies, a process of planning ahead that helps busy parents and executives get the most out of their day and feel more satisfied. When someone applies makeup on a busy early morning train into work or in their car, they are literally putting their game face on. Checking email complements this psychological preparation for work, giving someone a liminal zone before they are actually obligated to respond. Unit 2. Exercise 1. The purity of recycled products plays a key role in explaining the strength of demand for them. One of the reasons for the high rate of aluminum recycling and the much lower rate of plastics recycling is the differential difficulty with which a high-quality product can be produced from discarded materials. Whereas bundles of aluminum cans have a relatively uniform quality, waste plastics tend to be highly contaminated with non-plastic substances or with plastics of very different types, and the plastics manufacturing process has little tolerance for impurities. Remaining contaminants in metals can frequently be eliminated by high-temperature combustion, but plastics are destroyed at such high temperatures. Finally, waste that contains hazardous materials, such as mercury and lead, raises additional complexities. The rapidly growing stream of electronic waste, e-waste, contains both hazardous waste and valuable minerals, creating complicated dilemmas. Markets for discarded electronics in industrializing countries may lack good enforcement mechanisms to ensure proper disposal of the hazardous components. Exercise 2. Swift geographical expansion was one of the factors that undermined democracy in the Middle East. Early democracy in pre-Islamic Arabia, as in many other human societies, was a small-scale, face-to-face affair. Elders from individual tribal groups would assemble, discuss, and reach some sort of a conclusion. The process was an informal one, precisely because the circumstances allowed for informality. With the Islamic conquests, the question was posed of how to govern not in a face-to-face setting, but instead across distances of hundreds and even thousands of miles. Some scholars have suggested that in this situation, what was needed was the practice eventually adopted by Europeans, a form of political representation that could allow for democratic governance over large distances. But Europeans took centuries of trial and error to arrive at this solution. The inhabitants of the Islamic world would have needed to figure this out within a matter of decades. Exercise 3. One can fully understand a physical process, like the spider's web weaving, without being a spider, without ourselves being in a position to engage in this process, and so without knowing what it feels like to perform the activity. But one cannot fully understand a cognitive process like color vision, or symbol interpretation, or anger, without experiencing that sort of thing. It is one thing to explain how operations originate, and another to know what it is like to perform them. The physiology of inebriation can be learned by everyone, but only the person who drinks can comprehend it in the inner, experiential mode of cognitive access. The mental performances that reflect meaning and purpose can be understood only from within the orbit of experience, though their occurrence can doubtless be detected and accounted for through external scientific causal examination. Talk of meaning, intending, purposing, and the like is bound to experience, to performer's perspective, and thus differs from the neurophysiology of brain processes, which is wholly accessible to external observers. Exercise 4. Over the centuries, notions of privacy have constricted in reaction to advancing technology. Taking people's pictures in public spaces without permission is not a legal invasion of privacy. What the Google Maps camera catches as it drives by, collecting images for Google Street View, is also not a violation. But spaces behind tall fences, shuttered windows, and closed doors are still in the realm of physically private spaces. Public space has been traditionally considered to be space where an individual voluntarily ventures out, with the knowledge that what he or she shares there, physical form and any utterance, transaction, or expression, is accessible by unknown members of a mass audience. One may not expect to be captured by Google Maps while retrieving the morning paper from the front steps, but a person who ventured out the front door knows that he or she is visible to others. Going out into public in the physical world provides consent to be viewed. Exercise 5. Franz Boas, the founder of American anthropology, was among the first scientists to challenge the taxonomic approach to human biological variation. Specifically, he wanted to test the widely held notion that head shape and other so-called racial markers were static entities, essentially unchanging through time. In the early 1900s, he and his researchers studied some 18,000 immigrant families, calculating the cephalic index, the ratio of head length to head breadth, of parents born in Europe and of their children born in the United States. The results of this study revealed that the adults' and children's head shapes differed, not by a lot, but by a degree that could be expressed mathematically. This finding undermined the idea, prevalent at the time, that racial types were innately stable, because the differences that had been cited among various races were not unchangeable. Boas concluded that the race concept was invalid. Boas's work laid the foundation for a scientific focus on biological process rather than on typological classification. Exercise 6. It is important to realize that policymakers do not have very much information at the time when they must make policy decisions. For instance, the Consumer Price Index is available only with a 1-month lag, so our knowledge of inflation is always running a month behind the actual economy. The GDP, Gross Domestic Product, is even worse. The GDP data are available only quarterly, and we do not find out about GDP until well after a quarter ends, and even then substantial revisions to the numbers often occur many months after the quarter. The point is simply that the Federal Reserve, the Monetary Policy Committee, and other policy-making institutions must formulate policy today on the basis of less than complete knowledge of the current situation, and the policy must be addressed to a best guess of the future situation. It is like trying to drive a car, looking only in the rearview mirror. You can see where you have been, but you must make decisions about where you will go next without knowing exactly where you are currently. Exercise 7. The laser is an example of the underrating of the practical implications of a scientific discovery. When Arthur Schawlow and Charles Townes published their seminal paper describing the principle of the laser in Physical Review in 1958, it produced considerable excitement in the scientific community and eventually won them Nobel Prizes. However, neither these authors nor others in their group predicted the enormous and diverse practical implications of their discovery. Lasers, apart from their many uses in science, have enabled the development of fast computers, target designation in warfare, communication over very long distances, space exploration and travel, surgery to remove brain tumors, and numerous everyday uses. Barcode scanners in supermarkets, for example. Schawlow frequently expressed strong doubts about the laser's practicality and often quipped that it would be useful only to robbers for safecracking. Yet advances in laser technology continue to make news to this day. Exercise 8. Virtual reality, VR, is a simulated experience of the real world in which individuals can interact with an artificial three-dimensional environment using electronic devices. Its close cousin, augmented reality, AR, refers to the enhancement of the real world using computer-generated perceptual information, such as overlaying digital imagery onto the real world. Taken together, they are known as immersive technologies that may completely change how we experience journalism. Their power lies in their transformative storytelling capabilities. They help provide viewers with a more accurate physical representation of space, spatial relationships, sense of spatial presence, and experienced immersion. The well-known VR film producer Chris Milk, who created a film that puts viewers inside a refugee camp, said the technology is an ultimate empathy machine that connects humans to other humans in a profound way I've never before seen in any other form of media, and it can change people's perception of each other. This statement is backed by some empirical research that suggests that VR can increase the empathy of viewers and their perception of the credibility of news. That's why these technologies have been considered as the new frontier of journalism. Exercise 9. Managed forests are second-growth forests that have been planted, thinned, fertilized, and sprayed with pesticides, just like a farmer's field. One of the first things you notice when you walk in a managed forest is that the trees are smaller than in an old-growth forest, and the forest looks mostly brown instead of green. This is because the trees are all the same age, the same size, and the same height. The trees grow close together, and very little light gets through their branches. This means that there aren't any berry bushes or other plants on the forest floor because they can't get enough light to grow. Because the trees are so young, they don't have any mosses growing on them. Without the nurse logs and snags and diversity of plants, there is less habitat available for wildlife. We can still hear birds chirping high up in the canopy, but overall there is much less biodiversity in a planted second-growth forest. Exercise 10. The fact that emotions are unlearned, automated, and set by the genome always raises the specter of genetic determinism. Is there nothing personal and educable about one's emotions? The answer is that there is plenty. The essential mechanism of the emotions in a normal brain is indeed quite similar across individuals, and a good thing too, because it provides humanity in diverse cultures with a common ground of fundamental preferences on the matters of pain and pleasure. But while the mechanisms are distinctly similar, the circumstances in which certain stimuli have become emotionally competent for you are unlikely to be the same as for me. There are things that you fear that I do not, and vice versa. Things you love and I do not, and vice versa. And many, many things that we both fear and love. In other words, emotional responses are considerably customized relative to the causative stimulus. In this regard, we are quite alike, but not entirely. Exercise 11. The French sociologist Émile Durkheim advocated functionalism. Durkheim was the first to promote science as a basis for making sociological decisions. Rooted in the French political and social upheaval from 1870 to 1895, Durkheim believed changes in social institutions and quality of life occurred through political reform and scientific advances. He was the first to suggest that to understand an individual, one must not look at the individual, but rather at the society or group in which that individual is a member. Durkheim believed society was greater than its individuals, and that society's components had tremendous power to shape and influence human behavior. He believed individualism and self-interest threatened the cohesion of social institutions and undermined the authoritative nature of group life. As a result, individual autonomy came at the expense of the good of the collective forces. Consequently, Durkheim was an advocate of moral education due to his concern with increasing individualism. He advocated that society's different components comprise a collective conscience that affects individual thought and behavior for the good of the whole. Exercise 12. Simplifying an explanation, description, or argument is not always a bad thing to do. In fact, it can be very useful. To truly understand a physical phenomenon, to reveal its essence, the scientist will attempt to strip away the unnecessary detail and expose its bare bones, always as simple as possible, but no simpler. For example, laboratory experiments are often carried out under specially controlled conditions to create artificial and idealized environments that make the important features of a phenomenon easier to study. Unfortunately, this hardly ever applies when it comes to human behavior. The real world is messy and often far too complicated to simplify. There is a well-known joke, to physicists at any rate, about a dairy farmer who wishes to find a way of increasing the milk production of his cows, and so seeks the help of a team of theoretical physicists. After carefully studying the problem, the physicists finally tell him they have found a solution, but that it only works if they assume a spherical cow in a vacuum.
Week 2, Unit 3. Exercise 1. It would be outrageous if 3 similar people, convicted of the same crime, received radically different penalties: probation for one, 2 years in jail for another, and 10 years in jail for another. And yet that outrage can be found in many nations, not only in the distant past but also today. All over the world, judges have long had a great deal of discretion in deciding on appropriate sentences. In many nations, experts have celebrated this discretion and have seen it as both just and humane. They have insisted that criminal sentences should be based on a host of factors, involving not only the crime, but also the defendant's character and circumstances. Individualized tailoring was the order of the day. If judges were constrained by rules, criminals would be treated in a dehumanized way. They would not be seen as unique individuals entitled to draw attention to the details of their situation. The very idea of due process of law seemed, to many, to call for open-ended judicial discretion. Exercise 2. Sometimes we don't have others around to help us, and we get stuck with having to do it all ourselves. Pilots have a technique for doing this that's founded on the old adage of first things first. This involves giving priority to some things and postponing others. We do the most important stuff first and let the less important stuff wait. In aviation, we use a simple prioritization scheme: aviate, navigate, communicate. That means we fly the airplane first, And when that is completely under control, then and only then do we move on to the other two things in the list. But isn't navigating important? Sure, it's the second most important thing. If you lose control of the airplane, no one is going to care whether you crash in eastern Idaho or western Wyoming. The whole point is to fly the airplane and not let either of those things happen. When you're asked to do two things, don't be afraid to admit you can't do two things at once. Exercise 3. The sober, self-disciplined character of the 19th century yielded long ago to that of the consumer, endlessly flattered as being in the driving seat, free to choose and urged to enjoy. Gerda Reith argues that this presents a paradox, citing the passage from Civilization and its Discontents, where Sigmund Freud asserts that civilization requires the renunciation of instinct as the cause of discontent. The source of current discontent for consumers is that, on the one hand, they are told to enjoy, to assemble a unique identity from the meanings presented by offerings in the marketplace. On the other, they are warned that they must suppress their desire, constraining their enjoyment within socially approved bounds. This is heightened today in the age of sustainability and prosperity without growth. The consumer walks a tightrope in seeking to ensure they are not wrong-footed by desire. The fate for those who cannot maintain their balance is to be labeled a disordered consumer, addicted to any or all of a proliferating number of activities and substances deemed dangerous from alcohol, gambling, caffeine, the internet, to shopping and credit. Exercise 4. Reasoning by analogy can lead experts to develop poor solutions when faced with new but seemingly familiar situations. When reasoning by analogy, a person starts with a new unfamiliar target problem to solve. She then considers other source settings she knows well and compares them to the target through a process of similarity mapping. By finding a source problem she believes has similar characteristics as the target, she identifies a candidate solution that solved or could have solved the source problem. The whole process may be summed up like this. I've seen something like this before, so what worked there may work here. While analogical reasoning can be a valuable source of insight and creativity, it can lead to poor solutions when problem solvers develop analogies based on superficial similarities instead of deep causal traits. When problem solvers have deep experience in a particular domain, their knowledge is salient and easy to recall, which can lead them to pay more attention to characteristics of the new setting that seem similar and ignore those that are different, and to develop superficial analogies and poor solutions. Experience can be a poor guide when working outside your area of expertise or when the nature of your work changes. Exercise 5. In a study, infants are first habituated to some recurring event. For example, a toy car that rolls down an inclined ramp passes behind one end of a screen and exits at the other end. Initially, this event is quite interesting, and infants attend to it closely. Eventually, however, looking times drop off, reflecting the fact that the babies are habituating to the familiar event. Following habituation, the infants see a box placed behind a screen. In one experimental condition, the possible event, the box is placed behind the tracks on which the car runs. In the other experimental condition, the impossible event, the box is placed directly on the tracks. The screen is then set back in place, and the car again makes its journey from one side to the other. Infants show little dishabituation to the possible event. Looking times shoot up, however, when the car appears to pass magically through another solid object. Note that the babies cannot see the car and box at the point of their apparent contact. Rather, they can be surprised by the impossible event only if they realize that both the car and box continue to exist while out of sight. Exercise 6. Consciousness is the smallest player in the operations of the brain. For better understanding, consider a newspaper. When you pick up a newspaper, you won't be surprised that none of the details of the activity in a nation are listed in the paper. After all, you want to know the bottom line. You want to know that Congress just signed a new tax law that affects your family. But the detailed origin of the idea isn't especially important to that new bottom line. You don't care how the garbage is produced and packed away. You only care if it's going to end up in your backyard. That's what you get from reading the newspaper. Your conscious mind is that newspaper. Your brain buzzes with activity around the clock. And just like the nation, almost everything occurs locally. Small groups are constantly making decisions and sending out messages to other groups. Out of these local interactions emerge larger coalitions. By the time you read a mental headline, the important action has already occurred. The deals are done. You have little access to what happened behind the scenes. Entire political movements gain ground-up support and become unstoppable before you ever catch wind of them as a feeling or a thought that strikes you. You're the last one to hear the information. Exercise 7. A large number of mammalian species, including humans, occasionally work at deceiving others outside their troop or living unit. To the outsiders, individuals attempt to appear stronger or weaker, healthier or sicker than they really are. Within human groups, people deceive not only out-group members, but in-group members as well, spouses, children, village leaders. In truth, it is beyond my expertise to know if people in all human cultures behave counter to the established rules in their society, and if they do, they occasionally keep their actions secret. Similarly, I cannot attest to whether all human cultures have words such as lie, deceive, trick, shame, or guilt in their vocabularies. Whatever the final judgment as to the universality of deception, our data would suggest that to the extent that individuals must actively conceal important information from others in their social network, the act of concealment should be stressful. Exercise 8. Beliefs and personalities change continually as people grow. My belief about the existence of Santa Claus is now completely opposed to the belief I had when I was young. Was I brainwashed by the adult world? No, I simply grew up, gradually accepting along the way that there was no such person as Santa Claus. But consider my friend Keith's extremely strong belief in Christianity. If Keith were to vanish for a month and then reappear an enthusiastic atheist, I would suspect that someone had been exerting undue influence, whereas if I hadn't seen Keith for 10 years, I would be much more likely to attribute the lapse to natural causes. In other words, the shorter the time of transition between old and new beliefs, the more likely that some form of brainwashing has occurred. Exercise 9. Several 19th century scholars noted that the basis of social solidarity changed as societies became larger and more diverse. Instead of the cultural similarity that constitutes mechanical solidarity, societies with a complex division of labor are held together by their differences. The cobbler depends on the baker for bread, who depends on the carpenter for shelter, who depends on the blacksmith for tools, who depends on the cobbler for shoes. With this kind of economic interdependence, it did not matter so much that people thought and believed the same things and looked at the world in a distinctive way. Therefore, common culture became less important and individual variability increased. On the analogy with the different, interdependent physiological functions of the organs of the body, Emil Durkheim named this kind of social cohesiveness organic solidarity. Exercise 10. Practitioners in the security industry agree that security culture is a vital component of their cybersecurity program. However, research shows that security practitioners have difficulty agreeing on what security culture is. This may be because the phrase security culture is rather new, leading to some confusion. our industry has talked about security awareness for a long time, leading to some security people thinking security culture is just awareness with a new name. Another bias we see, particularly in some industries where safety is key to success, is a definition of security culture as though it is safety culture, dealing with the physical world instead of the abstracted world of information. It is much easier for us as humans to understand how a hard hat will protect our head from falling debris versus understanding how sharing our credentials in a phishing scam can injure us and our employer. Exercise 11. There will need to be a partnership with the health sector in both disease control programs and the development of health systems. It is likely that paying attention to the social determinants of health, including healthcare, will make health services more effective. The health sector will also play a leadership and advocacy role in the development of policies to deal with the social determinants of health. But lack of healthcare is not the cause of the huge global burden of illness. Waterborne diseases are not caused by lack of antibiotics, but by dirty water, and by the political, social, and economic forces that fail to make clean water available to all. Heart disease is caused not by a lack of coronary care units, but by the lives people lead, which are shaped by the environments in which they live. Obesity is not caused by moral failure on the part of individuals, but by the excess availability of high-fat and high-sugar foods. The main actional social determinants of health must therefore come from outside the health sector. Exercise 12. In a broad sense, each organization has successfully monetized their intellectual property, IP, which Merriam-Webster defines as property, such as an idea, invention, or process that derives from the work of the mind or intellect. In our discussions with industry leaders across the country, we were surprised at how many believe most Main Street nonprofits don't really have much IP. Some felt the reason for this is since nonprofits exist to fill the voids left by government and the private sector. Those with valuable IP would be replaced by for-profit businesses. However, this assumes organizations are limiting their definition of IP to more traditional interpretations, such as patents and trademarks. When we broaden it, as Merriam-Webster does, to include ideas and processes, anything an organization knows how to do that others value, we start to see numerous opportunities for nonprofits to get paid for their secret sauce. Unit 4. Exercise 1. Because actions are carried out in all walks of life, they have useful things to say about virtually all that you do. Start with sports. Each year, millions of dollars are spent on methods for helping runners run faster, broad jumpers jump farther, pole vaulters vault higher, and so on. Sports have seen huge advances in the past century, with new records being set at an astonishing pace. Records have been set because new approaches have been taken to sports training as well as sports equipment, sports clothing, and the venues where sporting events take place. If you look at clothing worn by athletes in past times, it's no wonder that players today can perform so much more easily and effectively. Add to the new ways of dressing, changes in eating, and the emergence of sports psychology, an entire discipline devoted to helping people prepare mentally as well as physically for competitions, and you can see how greater enlightenment has led to better athletic performance. Exercise 2. Neuroscientists, such as David Eagleman, have done studies to examine the brain's internal clock. In one experiment, subjects watched a movie with fast-running cheetahs, with their legs coming off the ground, like Trinity in The Matrix. During the movie, a red dot of a fixed duration is flashed, when all four legs are suspended in midair. The same experiment is repeated with a small twist. In the second experiment, the same cheetah movie was played in slow motion, and the same annoying red dot blinked for the same duration as it had before when the cheetah caught air at normal speed. After the tests were compared, moviegoers believed that the red dot during the slow-motion movie was shorter. Your brain says, I need to readjust my sense of time, said Eagleman. Our brain determines the time based on our knowledge of the laws of physics. Our perception of time is shaped by the events it uses to measure time. Exercise 3. From cave paintings to smartphones, human beings have been drawing or typing lines, letters, and figures, seeing their ideas, imaginings, thoughts, and dreams materialize outside their minds. They have done so not only to transmit them to others, but also to converse with those others who are in fact themselves, reflecting upon their reflections. We use pieces of paper and computer screens to remember things we fear shall be forgotten, to perform complicated calculations we cannot complete in our heads alone, to organize the chaos that fills them, to ponder, and even simply to wonder in our imaginations, while doodling funny heads or endless chains of flowers. We conduct our lives surrounded by external devices that help us recall information, calculate, plan, design, make decisions, articulate ideas, and reflect once again upon our inner thoughts and images. We think with objects. Exercise 4. It shouldn't be surprising to consider that there might be a set of complex rules that governs how linguistic units are stuck together or organized. After all, in what other science do we not see the same principle at play? Consider chemistry. The basic building blocks are atoms, which together form molecules. But you can't just take any old atoms and stick them together. Each molecule is made up of a very specific combination of a very specific set of atoms. Consider water. We know that a water molecule is made up of 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 of oxygen. Those amounts of those specific atoms follow some general principles of atom combination rules, and consequently, that type of molecule can exist. In introductory chemistry classes, a student learns the different elements of matter and what they're composed of, as well as learning the rules that govern how those elements/atoms are allowed to stick together. With that knowledge, they can begin to construct and deconstruct more complex organizations of matter. Exercise 5. The main difference between a story and an anecdote is that a story shows transformation over time. And the only thing that causes transformation is conflict. Think for a moment about something from your past that you might want to write about. Was there something you wanted that you had to struggle to get? Were there any obstacles, challenges, or antagonists that tried to stop you from getting what you wanted? Was there a moment when all seemed lost, when it seemed like quitting was the only option? Were you able to overcome those forces opposed to you? If you answered yes to these questions, you absolutely have a story to tell that is more complicated than simply what happened to you. Your story is a detailed retelling of how the things that happened to you affected you, what hard decisions you made in the face of conflict and struggle, and how you changed or what you learned as a result. Exercise 6. Getting into a cold swimming pool is easiest at the deep end, but getting into a writing project is easiest at the shallow end. If starting seems difficult, you can fool yourself by easing into the job. When you've decided to start on a new manuscript, even if early writing means you already have a fair bit of material drafted, begin with whatever part of the project you find easiest. Don't worry if what you write first isn't the part that will be read first. Readers won't know or care where you started. When I write a paper, I start with the acknowledgments. Sure, these are trivial, but once they're done, I feel as though I'm underway. Next, I take a slightly harder step, perhaps drafting a figure or a table. Before long, I'm sweating over sentence structure in a hard section. Easing in doesn't change the fact that writing is hard work, but starting with something easy at least gives you momentum that sees you doing the harder stuff. Exercise 7. We tend to think of specific vegetational or fuel types as all being more or less susceptible to fire. Yet what is also important is what makes up a particular vegetation or fuel complex. Take, for example, the northern boreal forests that are predominantly made up of large areas of coniferous trees. The burning history and susceptibility to fire has been found to vary across the community of plants. Recent research shows that the differences in the tree species composition in North American and Eurasian boreal forests explain the differences in fires. So, for example, the fires in North American boreal forests typically tend to be high-intensity crown fires. Many of these forests are dominated by a particular suite of conifers, including black spruce and jack pine. In contrast, the boreal forest fires in Eurasia, where the forests are dominated by spruce, Scots pine, and larch, tend to be low-intensity surface fires with less severe impacts. This is why it is misguided for politicians to imagine that fire currents and methods of control in one region can necessarily be applied to another. Exercise 8. The forms of social order that our species has invented in the past 7,000 or so years, involving cities and markets and modern telecommunications, are surely a force in our natural selection. People's experiences of interacting with strangers, thanks to those inventions, are likely changing our genes. For instance, as a species, we may be getting smarter because we live in cities, where urban culture is getting ever more complex, stimulating, and demanding. We almost certainly are evolving to have different immune systems and related physiological traits as members of our species live in denser and denser aggregations, and as people move over ever longer distances between cities, which gives rise to new sorts of epidemics. For instance, mutations appear to have recently arisen in our species that confer resistance to epidemics of typhoid, newly made possible by urbanization and long-distance trade in Europe in the past few thousand years. Exercise 9. In European history, many of the song forms favored by the most popular performers were explicitly connected to dances. These origins are often preserved in the musical terminology we use today. The rondo is now treated as a specifically musical form with a recurring refrain. But the term likely derives from the circular dance that accompanied the rondo of the wandering musicians of the late medieval era. Today we use the word carol to describe a Christmas song, but it comes from a very popular dance of that period, the carol. A host of other terms, from minuet to waltz, are now used to describe concert hall music, but originated among dancers. I doubt we will ever grasp the full impact of dancing on musical style, which shows up even where we least expect to find it. Charles Rosen, in his seminal study, The Classical Style, marvels over the process by which the four-bar phrase gained a strange hold on rhythmic structure in classical music, and is forced to conclude that the periodic phrase is related to the dance, with its need for a phrase pattern that corresponds to steps and to groupings. In other words, even the elitist masterworks of Mozart and Beethoven move to the beat of the peasant's feet. Exercise 10. Everyday anxiety is nothing surprising. We all experience worries, concerns, even moments of panic sometimes. But anxiety isn't a binary proposition, like a light switch that's either on or off. Imagine instead a dimmer sliding up and down, sometimes quickly, other times hardly at all. Low-level anxiety is present in our lives so often, like the air we breathe, that we might not even notice it. It happens when we open the door to meet our new boss, or when we look outside and see snow coming down as we're packing up for our drive home. Suddenly, we're paying close attention to something we'd really rather not think about, but the feeling doesn't last for more than a minute or two. Once I meet my new boss, I soon get a sense of what she's like, and my anxiety subsides. As I start driving home, I see that the roads are still clear, so my worries ease. Once we sense how things will turn out, our mild anxiety fades away like morning mist burnt off by the sun's warmth. Exercise 11. A well-known and puzzling paradox of psychophysical magnitude perception is that people are rather good at discriminating the intensity of different magnitudes, but remarkably poor at categorizing them absolutely. That is, people are typically able to tell which is the louder of two sounds or the brighter of two lights, with an accuracy that would lead to the naive impression that they can tell the difference between of the order of 100 different physical intensity levels. Yet, when people are asked to explicitly associate intensity levels with category labels, e.g., 1 for the least intense stimulus, 2 for the next most intense, to say 7 for the most intense, they find this astonishingly difficult. Rather than having of the order of 100 or so different cognitive bins into which items can be reliably categorized, performance tails off when about 5 different intensity levels must be categorized. Critically, it matters very little either what the absolute intensity level of the items to be categorized actually is, or more shockingly, what the range of those items is. That is, so long as the items are readily discriminable from each other, to a first approximation, all that matters is the number of items that must be classified. Exercise 12. The prospect of a win-win solution for farmers and the planet rapidly attracted the attention of both media and industry onlookers, who began enthusiastically promoting such practices as regenerative agriculture. The French government challenged nations around the world to commit to increasing soil carbon by 0.4% per year, based on a scientific analysis showing that such an effort could offset 20 to 35% of greenhouse gas emissions caused by human activity. In conservative states like South Dakota and Mississippi, no-till farmers and holistic management reachers who rotate their animal in ways that mimic native animals that only eat plants began proudly calling themselves carbon cowboys, promoting large-scale investments from major companies. The Rodale Institute, home to a 40-year-old experiment comparing organic and conventional agriculture, circulated a report claiming that more than 100% of current emissions could be offset through a global transition to regenerative organic farming. It seemed the world was ready to turn the carbon story of our food system on its head, transforming agriculture from a carbon source to a carbon sink.
Week 3. Unit 5. Exercise 1. In 1965, when the first electronic computers entered offices, Eric Hoffer warned in the New York Times that a skilled population deprived of its sense and usefulness would be the ideal setup for an American Hitler. Perhaps somewhat ironically, Hitler and his government were well aware of the disruptive force of labor-replacing technology. His appointment as Chancellor of Germany on January 30th, 1933, heralded the return of pre-industrial policies, which sought to restrict the use of machinery. In Danzig, where the Nazi Party won over 50% of the votes that year, such efforts became a major priority. To deal with the issue of technological unemployment, the Senate decreed that machinery would not be installed in factories without special permission of the government. Failure to comply would lead to heavy penalties, or even being forced to shut down by the government. In August 1933, Alfred von Hodenberg, leader of the Nazi Labor Front, made clear that machines would not be allowed to threaten workers' jobs in the future. Never again, he reassured the public, must the worker be replaced by a machine. Exercise 2. Perhaps the most well-known example of the astonishing plasticity of the human brain is a study made in 2000 of London taxi drivers. London taxi drivers are renowned throughout the world for their detailed knowledge of the streets, configurations, and one-way systems of central London. Most astonishing is that they have learned all this information by heart and can navigate the streets of the big city, taking passengers from A to B without the aid of a manual. On average, it takes a candidate driver 2 years to learn this massive amount of material so that they can pass an ominous oral exam called the knowledge. Taxi drivers experience the highest exposures to black carbon, an indicator of diesel engine emissions, compared to couriers, truck drivers, waste removal, and emergency service workers. Needless to say, London taxi drivers have placed a huge burden on their memories, specifically on a form known as working memory, where rules and facts have to be constantly in mind in determining ongoing actions. Exercise 3. A text may depict a world that completely defies our empirical knowledge, a world with a different set of natural laws and human practices. Such imaginary worlds may, paradoxically, enhance understanding of fictionality, since readers lack experience of them. Confronting a world that does not match our empirical knowledge, we intuitively perceive it as fiction, in the straightforward sense, not true, and, as expert readers, do not put demands of credibility on them, which we tend to do with fictional worlds similar to the actual world. A novice reader's response may be rejection, since the fictional world is perceived as untrue and therefore inferior. However, if part of the novice reader's cognitive approach to learning is creative play, it makes imaginary worlds considerably more tangible and believable for them than for more rational, expert readers. Novice readers' limited experience of the actual world implies that they potentially more easily accept a wide range of fictional worlds without ascribing a greater degree of truth to any of them, thus taking a substantial cognitive leap from life to text. Exercise 4. The first question most people ask vegans and vegetarians is, where do you get your protein? The prevalence of that question is a hangover from an earlier period, starting in the 1930s, when nutritionists believed we needed a high level of protein in our diet, and that a protein-deficient diet was a major cause of malnutrition. A lack of protein was a problem among some people eating little else but the tropical root crop cassava, eaten in the West mainly in the form of tapioca, which contains less protein than any other major staple food. But other malnourished people thought to be suffering from protein deficiency were in fact simply not getting enough calories. The idea that we need high levels of protein was disproven in the 1970s, and health authorities reduced recommended protein intakes to about a third of what had been thought to be required. These lower levels mean that for adults eating sufficient calories, even a diet consisting exclusively of bread, pasta, rice, or potatoes will provide adequate protein. Children and pregnant and breastfeeding women need more protein, but that is easily provided by adding beans, peas, or lentils to basic staples like bread, pasta, or rice. Exercises 5 and 6. One of the unhelpful consequences of the term technological unemployment is that it encourages us to think that the only, or at least the main way, that new technologies will affect the world of work is by changing the unemployment rate, the percentage of workers in the labor market who are looking for a job and cannot find one. That figure alone, though, does not capture the full picture. To begin with, some people facing the mismatches of skills, identity, and place might simply give up on the job hunt and drop out of the labor market altogether. If that were to happen, the official unemployment rate would actually fall, since those people were no longer searching for work. They would not count as being unemployed for the purposes of that statistic. It is important, then, to also pay attention to what is known as the participation rate, the percentage of people in the entire working-age population, not just those active in the labor market who are employed. In the United States today, for instance, the unemployment rate is an impressively low 3.7%. At the same time, however, the participation rate has collapsed, falling to its lowest level since 1977. More and more working-age Americans, it appears, are abandoning the world of work altogether, and that should be a cause for alarm. Similarly, in the future, we should be cautious about focusing exclusively on the unemployment rate and keep an eye on the participation rate as well. Exercise 7. Humankind has sent rocket probes to Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn's moon Titan and studied the planets and their moons with ground and space-based instruments. All the planets except Mercury have atmospheres, so do all the larger moons except our own. The surfaces we observe have mountains and craters, unless they are too soft to support such structures. Several moons are covered with deep layers of ice, and one, Io, a moon of Jupiter, has sulfur volcanoes. Scientists have identified features both familiar and strange, but everything discovered is interpretable as the natural outcome of known chemistry and physics applied to conditions that resulted from those same laws, acting on earlier conditions. The chain of explainable events extends back to the beginning of time, and never do the explanations require conditions whose likelihood defies credibility. Improbable things happen, and have happened throughout history. Science has not yet explained everything, but there is no persuasive evidence for the occurrence of miracles, of events so improbable that there is no reasonable expectation of them happening somewhere, sometime, in the lifetime of the universe. Exercise 8. The driving tension of the novel is the relationship between the materials of the story, plot, character, setting, theme, and so forth, and the narration of it in language, between the tale and the teller, in other words. The driving tension of film, on the other hand, is between the materials of the story and the objective nature of the image. It's as if the author-director of a film were in continual conflict with the scene he is shooting. Chance plays a much larger part, and the end result is that the observer is free to participate in the experience much more actively. The words on the page are always the same, but the image on the screen changes continually as we redirect our attention. Although the image is recorded upside down on the film, when it goes back through a lens during projection, it is once again inverted, and the image on the movie screen becomes right side up. Film is, in this way, a much richer experience. Exercise 9. Under the traditional view, privacy is violated by the invasive actions of particular wrongdoers who cause direct injury to victims. Victims experience embarrassment, mental distress, or harm to their reputations. The law responds when a person's deepest secrets are exposed, reputation is damaged, or home is invaded. This view, which I call the invasion conception, understands privacy to be a kind of invasion in which somebody invades and somebody is invaded. However, digital dossiers often do not result in any overt invasion. People frequently don't experience any direct injury when data about them is collected or transferred from one company to another. Moreover, many of the problems of digital dossiers emerge from the collaboration of a multitude of different actors with different purposes. Each step along the way is relatively small and harmless, failing to cause harm that the invasion conception would recognize as substantial. Exercise 10. In artistic creativity, the example of the work of the post-impressionist painter Paul Cézanne demonstrates the difference between combination or merger and the development of integration. Cézanne is often considered the artist whose work launched the artistic era widely designated as modern art, comprising the styles and artworks of Picasso, Braque, Matisse, and many others. He brought the earlier Impressionist style of painting, in which form was dissolved into light and color, together with form as constructed or structural. This French painter, at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th centuries, produced a new artistic mode within a movement known as post-impressionism. His work was functionally separate from, and at the same time connected with, the Impressionists. He painted their favorite types of bright land, seascapes, and ordinary household scenes, and emphasized strong geometric underpinnings and shapes. He considered these shapes to display ideal forms in natural things. In his new mode, in paintings such as The Bathers, colors, hues, and lighting, geometric shapes, and textures were integrated into a whole. These artistic creations inspired the work of the modernists and many generations of artists after him. Exercises 11 and 12. Rigid school schedules and old-fashioned policies should not dictate the types of learning experiences students can and should have available to them today. Staying the course without adapting to bumps in the road will inherently result in failure. Flexibility avoids common pitfalls that disturb all types of change initiatives where control dominates the school culture. Policies and normal procedures should act only to guide school function, not create a sterilized atmosphere where learning is anything but fun, relevant, or meaningful. It is more than okay to take a detour now and then to ensure that change is implemented strategically and with purpose. This will become a reality only if flexibility is an embedded component of the school culture. Flexibility also should be applied to classroom instruction. All too often, learning becomes a one-size-fits-all approach, where students are tasked with demonstrating what they know the same way. This is extremely prevalent in project-based learning activities, where students have to create a presentation that will eventually be assessed. In many cases, the standard has become directing all students to develop PowerPoint presentations, which ultimately results in role reversal, where students are imparting direct instruction upon their peers. Uncommon learning materializes when students are given flexibility as to how they can demonstrate what they know and have learned. In this case, teachers give students a choice as to the tools and resulting products they want to use and create that are aligned to the same standards and learning outcomes associated with PowerPoint presentations. The difference is a much more authentic, rich product that does a better job of quantifying meaningful learning and skill acquisition. Unit 6, Exercise 1. While timber shares many characteristics with other living resources, it also has some unique aspects. Timber shares with many other living resources the characteristic that it is both an output and a capital good. Trees, when harvested, provide a saleable commodity, but left standing, they are a capital good, providing for increased growth the following year. Each year, the forest manager must decide whether or not to harvest a particular stand of trees or to wait for the additional growth. In contrast to many other living resources, however, the time period between initial investment, planting, and recovery of that investment, harvesting, is especially long. Intervals of 25 years or more are common in forestry, but not in many other industries. Finally, forestry is subject to an unusually large variety of externalities, which are associated with either the standing timber or the act of harvesting timber. These externalities not only make it difficult to define the efficient allocation, but they also play havoc with incentives, making efficient management harder for institutions to achieve. Exercise 2. It is not remarkable that competing economic theories exist to explain the same phenomena, with economists disagreeing as to which theory is to be preferred. Much has been written about the uncertain accuracy of economists' predictions. While economists can foretell the effects of specific changes in the economy, they are better at predicting the direction rather than the actual magnitude of events. When economists predict that a tax cut will raise national income, one may be confident that the prediction is accurate. When they predict that it will raise national income by a certain amount in 3 years, however, the forecast is likely to miss the mark. Some critics of the field argue that economics falls short of the definition of a science due to a lack of testable hypotheses based on sufficiently explicit theories. The reason is that most economic models do not contain any explicit reference to the passage of time, and hence have little to say about how long it takes for a certain effect to make itself felt. Short-period predictions generally fare better than long-period ones. Exercise 3. Soon after it emerged on Earth, life started to capture energy from the sun through photosynthesis. This chemical reaction is a delicately crafted dance that is led by high-energy photons from the sun. These are used by chloroplasts to drive a series of reactions that produce sugars. The very first forms of photosynthesis used water and elements such as sulfur to complete the process. But while water was abundant, the relative scarcity of sulfur meant that photosynthesis was limited. However, concentrations of carbon dioxide were more than 10 times higher than they are today, and over a period of some 800 million years, early life evolved the capability to use this more common gas for photosynthesis. No longer dependent on scarce elements, life on Earth flourished. As it did, the oxygen produced as a byproduct of photosynthesis transformed the biosphere with a series of pulses, increasing the concentration of oxygen in the atmosphere from under 1% to today's level of 21%. Exercise 4. The absence of the face-to-face cues that normally guide our offline interactions can erase boundaries among people in cyberspace, also contribute to disinhibition in the virtual world. An email from somebody might be experienced as an internal voice in our head. When reading another's message, one might also hear the online companion's voice using one's own voice, Dr. John Suler writes. People often move their lips or make speech sounds as they read, which can make them project their own voice into the other person's text. The result can be that the conversation is experienced as taking place in one's own head, much more a soliloquy than the dialogue that it really is between two separate entities. Since talking to oneself is generally considered safer than talking to someone else, the result is more indiscriminate openness and less responsible disclosures, not to mention a dissolution of boundaries between self and the other. This dissolution does not help our universal goal of psychological independence and healthy autonomy. Exercises 5 and 6. Smart cities are definitely nudging the world toward some sustainability goals, and smart technologies are visibly improving city services within some fast-growing economies, most notably China. but incrementally improving the management of electrical grids, pollution and waste, transportation, and city services can take the world only a short distance toward global sustainability. Smart city technologies do very little to alter and can even worsen problems such as wasteful consumption, feelings of alienation, income inequality, housing prices, inequity of services, and privacy rights. The positive discourse of smart cities can also obscure the ways that the political and economic structures of cities themselves have long been a cause of global environmental degradation. Ecologist William Rees, who coined the term ecological footprint, reminds us of the complex ways that cities and the accompanying suburban sprawl draw down global resources and harm distant ecosystems. Urban economics, as he demonstrates, tends to exaggerate the value of urbanization for sustainability by underestimating the global environmental damage from the rising consumption of city residents. Most cities rely on land, food, fresh water, natural resources, and energy far beyond their borders, and they rely on externalizing the cost of waste into distant lands, the global commons, and future generations. Measured locally, the ecological footprint of the residents of a smart city may seem to be declining, but taking into account the shadows of consumption in faraway lands, this footprint looks very different, with deep social and environmental costs for marginalized peoples and fragile ecosystems. Exercise 7. Most termites are manual laborers. Blind and wingless, they maintain and build core civic structures, ensure the city-wide climate control systems are operating optimally, and feed and water those in other professions, the soldiers and the reproductives. They are also tasked with managing the inner-city fungus farms on which their colonies depend. Located just below the Queen's chambers, the fungus farms are where termites produce the food that sustains a colony. Every night, the workers leave the mound on foraging expeditions, returning only when their guts are packed with grass and wood chips. When they make it back to the mound, they head to the farming chambers. There, they defecate the partially digested wood and grass and set about molding this into maze-like structures seeded with fungal spores. Over time, these fungi dissolve the tough cellulose in the wood and grass, transforming it into an energy-rich food that the termites can easily digest. Exercise 8. Trust in payment systems is imperative for the smooth functioning of a modern economy. When you pay for a cappuccino with a $5 bill, that transaction is instantly authenticated, as it is intermediated through cash. It is also final and irreversible once the bill goes into the cash register and you walk out of the coffee shop. Ensuring the finality and irreversibility of payments is less straightforward with electronic payment systems because there is no tangible element to the transaction. As a result, the arrival of the Internet has taken electronic payments and transactions to an explosive growth level. Still, if you were to use a debit or credit card instead of cash, the coffee shop can be confident that it would get paid and that you could not reverse the transaction after consuming the cappuccino. The absence of trust between a customer and a business is overcome by a bank or credit card companies. Exercise 9. Farming gave farmers more than just food, wood, and fibers. It also gave them indirect access to new flows of energy. For example, humans cannot eat grass, but horses and oxen can. So farmers who let horses and oxen graze and then used them for riding or haulage, or killed and ate them, were tapping into the large flows of photosynthetic energy through grasslands. That makes quite a difference. A human can deliver at most about 75 watts of energy, while a horse or ox can deliver up to 10 times as much. All that extra energy could be used to plow the land more deeply than handheld hoes could, or to cart goods or carry people. Farmers could also increase the production of plants and animals that had other uses besides food, such as flax and cotton, which could be used to make textiles. Or they could plant trees and use the wood to build homes, farms, barns, and fences, or burn it to cook their food and warm their houses. Exercise 10. Compasses have just one purpose: to tell the user where north is. Armed with such a tool, a naive juvenile bird should always be able to use north as a reference point and then orientate itself by rotating its body to a point where it is in line with whatever desired migratory heading it has inherited from its parents. This basic compass orientation is thought to be the cornerstone of migration in naive juvenile birds and has been the subject of exhaustive scientific study. For decades, researchers have performed increasingly complex and elegant experiments to examine how birds read their internal compass and how they then use this information to orientate themselves. Many of these experiments have involved trapping wild birds or raising them in the lab and placing them in a cage apparatus overnight where their desired target orientation can be evaluated from the patterns of marks they leave around the edges of the cage. By manipulating the information available to these birds, for example, by preventing them from seeing the stars above, researchers have been able to painstakingly unpick the different cues that birds use to orientate themselves. Exercises 11 and 12. In Europe, wagons seem to have been used primarily for agriculture. It seems unlikely that they were used to transport loads over long distances, something that requires relatively flat, open country or well-maintained trackways. Early wagons lacked steering, and they also required care and maintenance. Repairing a broken wheel or axle would have required woodworking tools and would have been difficult to do while out and about. So early wagons would probably have had quite a limited operating range. In Europe, their use may have been restricted to short local trips within a particular farm or community. For example, to transport animal waste fertilizer into the fields and carry harvests and firewood into villages. On the plains around the north and east of the Black Sea, however, the herders of the Pontic steppe found quite a different use for these vehicles, as mobile homes. Using wagons to carry food, supplies, and other possessions allowed nomads to move deep into the open steppe with their herds of cattle and sheep. These wagons moved slowly, at walking pace. Their cultural significance is apparent from the appearance of wagon graves, which have a wheel buried in each corner, so that the grave itself forms a kind of wagon, carrying its occupant into the afterlife. Such graves first appeared on the Black Sea plains around 3300 BCE. The distinctive tradition of wagon nomadism in this region persisted for thousands of years. It was mentioned by the Greek historian Herodotus in the 5th century BCE, was adopted by the Mongols in the 13th century CE, and survived into the modern era.
Week 4, Unit 7, Exercise 1. The English artist John C. Horsley is generally credited with designing the first printed Christmas card around 1843. Further, William Egley may have claimed to the honor instead, should an obscure date on his card read 1842 rather than the other possibility of 1849. Horsley's creation was commissioned by Sir Henry Cole, an English gentleman who, when etiquette dictated that he send seasonal notes to his numerous friends, elected instead to send cards. On the colored 3x5-inch Horsley card, a prominent center panel displayed a large, happy family consuming spirits. Beneath, a caption read, "A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you," and two side panels depicted biblical scenes titled, "Clothing the Naked" and "Feeding the Hungry." Despite the religious panels, some of the more pious citizens strongly objected to the center panel, claiming that the card encouraged drunkenness. The card was issued as a limited edition of 1,000 copies, which sold for $1 each. After Horsley, various card manufacturers added Christmas cards to their inventory as a sideline. Marcus Ward and Company achieving the forefront with their publication of seasonal greeting cards in 1867. Exercise 2. Contests between virtuous and bad characters, between willfulness and duty, make for dramatic television. But the fundamental idea in utilitarianism of maximizing pleasure for the greatest number and minimizing pain for as many as possible does not generate much dramatic action. Drama tends to revolve around the actions and choices of individual characters, rather than the consequences for people in general. To create a utilitarian drama would be rather dull, if only because the most important activity would be the invisible mental one of calculating the consequences of actions. Utilitarian philosophy is most relevant in the genres of actuality, especially documentary and news programs, in which the greater good is often spelt out through the way that actual worldly events are framed and reported. Such programs take it for granted that viewers share with the producers a desire to minimize pain and suffering, while maximizing pleasure amongst all. The documentary genre has radically evolved in recent years, and so it's not a surprise that there may be some confusion about what exactly is a documentary. Such a presumption underpins programs reporting, for example, distant suffering caused by war, flood, famine, earthquake, or poverty. Exercise 3. Mass interactive media make for many unintended consequences, and the Streisand effect summarizes one of the most central. Other people won't always do what you want them to, and efforts to dictate their behavior can rebound rather messily. The effect takes its name from beloved American singer and actress Barbra Streisand, who in 2003 sued a company and photographer involved in the California Coastal Records Project on the grounds that one of their photographs was an aerial image in which her house could clearly be seen. The photograph, she argued, violated her privacy, an argument that was ultimately unsuccessful. Far more significant than her lack of legal success, however, was the quite staggering lack of success Streisand enjoyed in attempting to preserve her privacy by suppressing the image of her home. As Wikipedia points out, before her actions drew attention to the image, it had been downloaded just 6 times from the website of the photographer who took it. Thanks to the legal case, however, over 400,000 people visited the site over the following month, and the image remains prominently reproduced across the web. The term Streisand effect itself was coined on the Tech Dirt blog in 2005, looking back on its coverage of the 2003 incident and at the way in which Streisand's actions had fueled an internet-led movement doing precisely the opposite of what she wanted. Exercise 4. In the 20th century, reading began to be organized by a series of institutions, which created their own reading communities with their own sets of expectations about books and their relationships to them. It can consequently be argued that the idea that popular culture, and by extension, popular fiction, is manipulated, and in turn manipulates its consumers, has to do with those early 20th century attempts to direct readers through a number of institutions. Whereas the lending library and railway bookstall had, initially, helped change and shape the very format of fiction, new institutions sprang up that capitalized on this new format and helped change the content of fiction too. The year 1926 saw the foundation of the American Book of the Month Club that was, in Britain, swiftly followed by the formation of the Book Society in 1927 and the Book Guild in 1930. These clubs, like the lending libraries before them, carefully selected individual titles for their readers and, through the sheer volume of their members, began to have a decisive influence on what was published and what wasn't. Exercises 5 and 6. Recent studies have shown how firms' increased tendency to copy best practice from competitors has led to declining margins as products and services become increasingly homogeneous and companies are left to compete on price. Indeed, a similar trend may be occurring in all fields of knowledge. A recent study published in the scientific journal Science showed that a tendency to read and cite only the latest research rather than scan more widely for interesting connections may be behind a decline in breakthrough thinking. So how do you encourage next practice innovation that doesn't get bogged down in the detail of what is happening today and just reproduce what has gone before, but without straying away from the fundamentals? It is no coincidence that many of the most innovative new car designs have been conceptualized as they were sketched. The Land Rover's iconic shape was born in 1947. Rover's technical director, Maurice Wilkes, was holidaying in Anglesey, where he was using an Army surplus Willys Jeep as a utility vehicle. Impressed by its abilities, Wilkes wondered if a civilian version would boost Rover's stagnant post-war sales. With a stick in the sand, he outlined his concept behind the car. Similarly, while the story that the Mini took shape on the back of a napkin isn't quite correct, Alec Isigonis only used high-quality paper. Its revolutionary design was worked out in pencil sketches. One powerful aspect of thinking strategically and innovatively by drawing in this way is that it can be detached from the database of the past while still being grounded. An experienced draft person or engineer with a clean sheet can draw unhindered by the weight of what is currently in fashion, while her knowledge of the fundamentals keeps her from going completely off beam. So often in modern organizations, the ease with which current information is at one's fingertips lengthens the research process and often ends up promoting views that are heavily influenced by current best practice trends, stifling real involvement in particular problems, and hence real innovation. Exercise 7. Any firm conclusions about whether perfectionism is good or bad are complicated by the fact that perfectionism is a complex personality construct with multiple dimensions. When most people describe perfectionists, they describe people with exceptionally high personal standards. However, in the early 1990s, 2 different research teams showed that perfectionism has other aspects. Randy Frost and Associates showed that the high standards element of perfectionism is also accompanied by dimensions that tap evaluative concerns, such as an excessive concern over mistakes and doubts about action. This work was based on a conceptualization of perfectionism that linked it with self-criticism as part of the construct. That is, Frost and his colleagues described perfectionism as high standards of performance, which are accompanied by tendencies for overly critical evaluations of one's behavior. Exercise 8. Current environmental policies and regulations in the United States, most of which were developed before climate change was recognized as an influence on forest resources, may not be flexible enough to accommodate rapidly changing climate and disturbance regimes. For example, the capacity, budget, and personnel of agencies to suppress wildfires is already being stretched. Since 2000, the U.S. Forest Service has typically spent $1 to $2 billion per year on fire suppression, and nearly 50% of the total agency budget is currently allocated to fire management. When forest fires are relatively small, nature doesn't require intervention because seeds in the soil and natural regeneration from surrounding healthy trees will restock the ecosystem with new emerging seedlings. If the annual area burned doubles during the 21st century, a conservative projection in most modeling studies, then balancing fire suppression versus other management functions, will be a critical policy issue in the absence of a large increase in agency budget. Although fuel treatments reduce fire severity and build landscape resilience to wildfire, it will be difficult to offset increasing fire suppression costs without greatly increasing budgets for proactive, strategically placed treatments. Exercise 9. All new products and services are introduced to society by corporate entities. This is the essence of the market system. Corporate entities try to establish a market position empowered by their product or service offerings. If the offering to the market is what the market needs and wants, directly or indirectly, the corporate entity is rewarded by profitable returns on its activities. It is clear that what the corporate entity offers to the market must be evaluated constantly. This is what I call the innovation mindset. What the firm innovates both in terms of products and services is going to provide market power, which ensures its existence and its profitability. But in a market system, this innovation mindset must be connected to the consumer mindset. Firms cannot develop products and services willy-nilly and hope that they will be successful. What is in the subconscious mind of consumers, and further what they have not even thought of but would enhance their lives, are part of the consumer value mindset that need to be explored. Exercise 10. The moon's size appears to be almost the same as that of the sun, since the angular diameters of both are 0.5 degrees as viewed from Earth. Of course, the sun is actually 400 times the lunar diameter in distance. Nevertheless, this effect allows the moon to at times block out the brilliance of the sun and reveal new insights about the star. Important information on the motions of the sun can be gathered during the partial eclipse. A total eclipse allows the disk of the sun to be entirely blocked, cutting off its direct light. At those few minutes of totality, astronomers have the opportunity to observe and photograph different features of the sun that are normally obscured by its intense brilliance. Only during an eclipse can astronomers view and photograph the sun's corona, the solar atmosphere, and the brightest nearby stars that are ordinarily invisible. Exercises 11 and 12. When the famous musician Paganini played with an orchestra, he made sure that the sounds of his violin would be heard above the orchestra by tuning it a quarter of a tone higher than the other instruments. This sharpening of pitch was not enough for his playing to sound out of tune, but it did allow his notes to penetrate above the background harmony of the orchestra. This technique is exploited by some animals that need to signal over loud background noise. There is an insect in the rainforests of Southeast Asia that we call the chainsaw insect, because its penetrating cry is heard above the cacophony of other insects as a sharp, higher frequency. Being seen as well as heard is a special problem in forests because only certain visual signals can be seen easily in the dappled and varying light of dense forest and against the background of complex patterns formed by vines, trunks, and leaves. If you wanted to send a visual signal in such a noisy visual environment, it would be pointless to display stripes or patches of black and white. Zebras are actually camouflaged by their black and white stripes when they stand still in dappled light, beside or under bushes. Black and white patterning makes effective camouflage, and the receiver would be unlikely to detect a signal that depended on the use of such patterns unless it involved movements that made the patterns more visible. It is not surprising, therefore, that many species of the forest are brightly colored on those parts of their bodies that are used to send visual signals. Unit 8. Exercise 1. Because industrial robots are usually programmed to repeat precise manipulations, such as welding or paint spraying, their working environment is often carefully designed so that intricate sensory feedback is unnecessary. The robot performs its repetitive tasks in an accurate, efficient, but essentially unintelligent way, without having to take much notice of the world around it. Although they make use of sensors to help control and fine-tune their movements and to avoid major collisions, the behavior of such robots cannot be said to be in any way intelligent. If the car on the production line is misaligned or is not the expected shape, the robot cannot react to the new set of circumstances. It can only repeat its pre-programmed movements. While these limitations are manageable in the highly controlled environment of a production line, they become problematic if a robot is to be used in less structured and less predictable circumstances. More complex cases involving untidy or dynamic or noisy environments, or delicate manipulations of objects, usually requiring more sophisticated sensory feedback and perceptual processing. For instance, the use of a vision system to help guide a robot to the desired location. Exercise 2. Only recently in their evolutionary history have humans had the luxury of eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner without having to forage or hunt. Animals living in the wild, including humans, evolved in environments where food was sparse and meals were obtained only intermittently. This is perhaps best illustrated by predators such as wolves and lions, who commonly kill a prey animal only once every week or so. When the predators are in a food-deprived or fasted state, they must be able to determine where they are most likely to find prey and then expend the physical effort required to catch and kill their prey. Given that a new species of predators has evolved that can run faster than before, the most favored prey of this predator will also need to evolve a faster running speed to prevent becoming extinct. Individuals whose brains and bodies functioned optimally when in a fasted state were those that survived and passed their genes on to the next generation. Evolution has sculpted our cells and organ systems such that they respond to intermittent fasting in ways that enable them to function optimally. Exercise 3. At some point, you, as a leader of creative people, have probably heard the phrase, "Let's let the creatives handle that." It's as if there were some mythical box where complexity goes in one end and amazingness comes out the other. You're handed problems and told to do your magic. Often this is because the creative process is opaque to your stakeholders and clients. They don't see the many decisions that you had to make and the ideas you chose not to act upon. They often just see the result. To some extent, this can be an advantage because you don't have to justify every choice you make. On the other hand, it can also work against you when you are expected to work miracles with too few resources and too little time. Worse, if you go above and beyond and exceed everyone's expectations once, those expectations rise next time. You did it last time, why can't you do it again? As the leader, it's your job to shine a bit of light on the process and help your stakeholders understand your team's abilities, capacity, and constraints. Exercise 4. Democracy, understood as government of the people by the people, is, according to Plato, not the best way of organizing the political system. Why not? In Republic, he criticized precisely the two distinctive features of democracy, freedom and equality. Although freedom was of precious value to him, he was aware of the danger of excessive freedom because it allowed people to do what they liked, which could then lead to anarchy. He was also critical about the value of equality, as it would permit everyone to have the right to rule guided by the illusion that everybody would have the capacity to do so. Moreover, it would create space for power-seeking individuals who are motivated by personal gain rather than taking care of the public good. Democracy would be highly corruptible and would open the gate to demagogues and potential dictators. As an unstable political system, democracy, vulnerable as it would be to anarchy and tyranny, would lack virtuous leaders with the proper skills and morals who excel in competent leadership. Exercises 5 and 6. Efforts to prevent or at least undo harm to streams began in the late 1800s, but only grew legislative teeth in the late 1960s and early 1970s. The Clean Water Act, in particular, was spectacularly successful in many ways. As one example, it is now possible to swim in most rivers and streams in the United States without having to take a heavy course of antibiotics afterward. The question is how to get us the rest of the way. How do we prevent further harms to rivers and streams, and even improve their ecological, chemical, and physical character and function? Can a market for streams do what command and control legislation has, thus far at least, failed to do? The answer to the latter question is no, or at least not yet. The idea of allowing much-needed development to harm ecosystems as long as we restore comparable ecosystems elsewhere turns out to be quite hard to operationalize. It is very difficult to ensure equivalence between ecosystems that are harmed and those that are restored. Further, we are not yet able to reliably restore most, perhaps all, ecosystem types. Natural systems are highly complex, and we are far from understanding the full scope of that complexity, much less being able to reproduce it. Finally, in addition to being complex, ecosystems are messy, dynamic, and highly interconnected. Standardizing them into simple, tradable commodities in order to create robust markets is certainly doable, but it raises unsettling questions about what, if anything, such simplified versions of ecosystems actually achieve. We thus argue that ecosystem service markets have not delivered on the conversation goals of their advocates and should be radically reconfigured. Exercise 7. An accelerating growth of the importance of the service sector is typical of the development of the contemporary economy. The number of service-oriented business entities is continuously increasing. They face the necessity to constantly improve their competitiveness in order to win and sustain a desired position on the market. To achieve this, they seek the best methods to communicate with customers, create and influence the demand, and shape a customer-friendly environment. Consequently, a growing interest in identifying and developing marketing mechanisms and instruments that would be applicable to the service and activities related to the process of selling and buying of products, that is, of tangible, saleable goods, has in recent decades been extended to services. Hence, a separate branch of services marketing, with its numerous subfields meeting the needs of specific services offered, has developed. Exercise 8. The speed with which self-help books fly off the shelves would seem to suggest that they really do improve our lives. But I have a wise friend who points out that whenever there are multiple solutions to one problem, we can be pretty sure that none of them works. She developed this theory when her dog kept getting sprayed by skunks. Each person she consulted offered a different remedy for getting rid of the odor, none of which worked. Similarly, the very fact that there are so many self-help books on the market might be a sign that none of them is effective. After all, if one of them really did unlock the secret to everlasting happiness, it would corner the market and crowd out all the others. Biographies, rather than self-help books will put you in a much better direction for becoming the greatest version of yourself. But instead, there is what is known in the self-help industry as the 18th month rule, which is that the person most likely to buy a self-help book is someone who bought one 18 months earlier. Exercise 9. There is no reason to think that the demand for the work of human beings will dry up at a steady pace. There may be sudden rises in either force, a burst of worker displacement here, a sudden rise in demand for workers there. Nor will the demand for the work of human beings dry up at the same pace in all parts of an economy. Some industries might be more exposed to one force than the other. Some regions will be more insulated than others. And it is also important to remember that any fall in demand for the work of human beings may initially not change the amount of work to be done, but the nature of that work, its pay, its quality, its status. In the end, though, it is the number of jobs that will be affected. As Leontief put it, lowering workers' wages could postpone their replacement by machines for the same reason that a reduction of oats rations allocated to horses could delay their replacement by tractors. But this would be only a temporary slowdown in the process. Exercise 10. Among the processes that can be influenced by a person's awareness, healing is one of the most vital. Cells use their own form of chemical consciousness already. The immune response is awake and aware all the time, constantly monitoring itself, staying vigilant for any possible invader or other outside threat. The immune response is as self-sufficient as someone's heartbeat or breathing. Yet immunity as a built-in response has a gaping flaw in it. To find the flaw, pause and simply take a deep breath. There's the flaw, staring everyone in the face. Breathing is an automatic, involuntary function, but you can step in and make it voluntary anytime you want. The same ability extends almost everywhere. You can voluntarily induce the stress response by going to a horror movie. You can alter your metabolism by exercising or changing your diet. The dividing line between what happens automatically and what happens voluntarily is not fixed. Choices matter, and thus the healing self comes into play. On its own, the body knows how to survive. It's up to us to teach it how to thrive. Exercises 11 and 12. Because early primitive life depended on an environment with little or no oxygen, the eventual rise of early photosynthetic, relating to use of radiant energy to create new compounds, plant life resulted in the emission of large quantities of a highly reactive and therefore toxic air pollutant, oxygen. This period, the Proterozoic era, would have been catastrophic for many of the established life forms, even producing some total extinctions. Thus, the Proterozoic era produced the first, the greatest, air pollution disaster. The new oxygen-rich atmosphere eventually stabilized with an oxygen content of about 20%, which led to the flourishing of more of the new forms of life. This life included complex plants and animals. The current oxygen content in the atmosphere is about 20.9% at sea level under dry conditions. Should the oxygen content increase to, say, 30%, extensive uncontrollable fires would result. Flammable materials, such as wood and other organic materials, ignite easily and burn rapidly at high oxygen concentrations. Low oxygen levels, less than 15%, would threaten the existence of complex animal life. The abundant life we know today fortunately serves to stabilize our current atmosphere. As a result, atmospheric oxygen levels have gone back and forth around the current level for hundreds of millions of years.
Week 5, Unit 9, Exercise 1. Just like plants, algae absorb carbon dioxide as they photosynthesize and lock it into the molecules of their bodies. Like bacteria, many algae are so delicate that they decompose quickly after they die, so they do not keep carbon dioxide out of air for long. However, microscopic algae, called coccolithophorids, or just coccoliths, make a shell of calcium carbonate. This shell is so dense that as soon as the coccoliths die, their bodies sink to the bottom of the oceans. The cold temperatures there slow decay to such a degree that the shells do not break down for thousands, even millions of years. Consequently, as these microscopic algae grow and then die, carbon dioxide is removed from the atmosphere for very long times. One of the possibilities for combating global warming is to make these algae grow faster and more abundantly by fertilizing the oceans in areas where coccoliths already live. The hypothesis is that by adding just enough of the right kinds of nutrients, coccoliths will grow rapidly enough to start removing large amounts of carbon dioxide that will offset much of the damage we do by burning petroleum and coal. So far, experimental trials have been encouraging. Exercise 2. Throw a bunch of Pseudomonas fluorensis bacteria in a beaker, and they will rapidly reproduce until they become starved for oxygen. At this point, the survival advantage shifts to a mutant type known as the wrinkly spreader, which can create a film that binds them together into a floating colony with access to oxygen from above and nutrients from below. Cooperation allows the group to thrive. However, within this cooperative colony, there may be some defectors. They produce none of the sustaining film, but instead free ride on that produced by others. With the energy they save by not producing the film, they are able to have more offspring than the cooperative Pseudomonas. Competitive individuals, i.e. defectors within the group, outcompete cooperative ones. However, if there are too many defectors, the colony can no longer stay afloat and plunges to the depths of the beaker, losing its relative fitness. Colonies with fewer defectors will continue to thrive and leave more descendants than others. What we see is two distinct types of evolutionary pressure at the individual and group level. The basic rule is that selfishness beats altruism within single groups. Altruistic groups beat selfish groups. Exercise 3. From a semiotic perspective, designers can work with intentionally charging the design object with surprising moments and ambiguous signals, thus prolonging the time it takes the recipient to decode the object. Products can be coded in such a way as to make the decoding process comparatively difficult for the recipient. For example, by attaching a contradictory linguistic message to the object or concept. A clothing collection or a series of interior designs might be given a title that is not immediately obvious to recipients, because it appears ambiguous, or perhaps because it consists of a compound word or term of one's own invention. It might also be that an unconventional onomatopoetic word, such as kapow or sh, has been used in the marketing material or in the emblem of the collection in an effort to anchor the sound in the recipient's consciousness. In this way, it is possible to associate playful elements with perhaps more serious design universe, and it is possible that doing so captures a different mood for the recipient than what would otherwise be expected. Designers can extend the time for consumers to understand an object by using amusing elements or linguistic devices such as unfamiliar words. Exercise 4. The difference of effect between books which are not literature and those which are is that while the former amuse, entertain, and glance over the surface of the mind, the latter touch the deepest springs of being. Literature books touch us aesthetically, it is true. The emotion aroused is impersonal, and thus removed from the keen thrill which is born of actual experiences. But it depends upon the same passions, the same characteristics, the same humanity that underlie the joys and sorrows of real life. It is because we are capable of passion and of disappointment that we are moved by the love and anguish of Romeo and Juliet, of Francesca and Paolo. Our emotion is not identical with that with which the heart throbs in personal love and grief, yet art which is genuine awakes emotion thoroughly genuine. Books of sensationalism and sentimentality may excite curiosity or wonder or amusement or sham feelings, but they must have at least some spark of sacred fire before they can arouse in the intelligent reader this inner throb of real feeling. Exercises 5 through 7. In my senior year in college, one of the classes that I took was Professor Collins. The teaching assistant arrived early and dragged dozens of desks into a huge circle around the room, giving each of us a front row seat. I remember feeling conspicuous, usually preferring a spot in the middle of a lecture hall. Professor Collins lectured without notes, citing studies as easily as if listing what she had for breakfast. I watched and listened, fascinated, but never raised my hand, a fact that weighed increasingly heavily on my shoulders as the semester wore on. In the last few weeks of the semester, Professor Collins announced at the end of one class, "If you have trouble speaking in front of a group, come to my office and let me know." I was astonished. I had never encountered this from a professor before. She gave no further explanation. I wasn't sure whether I would be told not to worry about it or that I had better speak up soon. All I knew was that she meant me, so I went. I arrived at Professor Collins' door. She motioned for me to come in. After I told her in a tiny voice my reason for being there, she took off her glasses and looked at me. "Okay," she said after a moment. "Thanks for letting me know." I'm sure she also asked me about how the class was going and stuff. But I don't remember. What I do remember is that through my anxious filter, I thought she was disappointed in me or annoyed that I couldn't muster the courage to speak up. Now I know better. It wasn't until researching her paper, discovering Professor Collins' research roots, and interviewing her directly that I learned why she invited me, and others, though at the time it felt like me alone, to disclose my difficulty. Simply put, she understood. When she took off her glasses and looked at me, I now realize it wasn't a look of accusation. It was recognition. It was understanding. Exercise 8. By the 1970s, an entire generation had become immersed in immediate and ubiquitous forms of visual and audio communication. By the end of the decade, Alvin and Heidi Toffler had published Future Shock and The Third Wave, as well as other books and articles predicting our transition from an industrial-based society to an information-based one. The Tofflers speculated on the dangers that might occur when changes happened too fast and the possible disruption they would bring. They were the first to use the phrase information overload. The Tofflers saw knowledge as the essential commodity of a rapidly changing society that was fast decentralizing into niche networks, where information was becoming more valuable than labor or capital. They predicted that the speed of change would overwhelm and fragment us. In the past, a truth or an untruth could endure for centuries or millennia without challenge. Now, information could become outdated in a matter of moments. Exercise 9. Within many communities in our complex media culture, hierarchies remain. But there is no single hierarchy. There are no principles acknowledged across all the various cultural communities. The communities that create and enjoy rock music or comics no longer regard their work as inferior to the much smaller communities that follow classical music or serious fiction. This becomes clear when we consider what has happened to the names that were used to designate the activities of elite art and culture, which began to float freely through our culture, sometimes reclaimed by traditional arts and sometimes appropriated by popular entertainment of all kinds. The traditional honorific meaning of the term elite became embarrassing. Few today claim to be part of elite culture. Not even those authors of serious fiction, classical musicians, composers, and painters who had seemed to constitute a class apart in the past. Instead, the term is used to designate the best in almost any field, particularly sports, elite tennis players, elite quarterbacks, elite bowlers. And the term artist can be used for almost any kind of creative performer or maker, from painters and sculptors to those who inscribe tattoos, body art. Exercise 10. Commentators today lament the fact that we no longer share popular cultural references, as we did when there were only 3 television networks. In the 1960s, the argument goes, everyone could discuss around the water cooler what happened that week on Dr. Kildare. In the 1959 to 1960 season, for example, 40.3% of all televisions in use on Saturday night at 10 o'clock p.m. were turned to Gunsmoke on CBS. By comparison, in 2016 to 2017, the hit Big Bang Theory had a viewership of 11.5%. Cable television, the VCR, and the DVD player all had a role in fragmenting viewing audiences for film and television, turning what might once have been a single community into many. More recently, Internet streaming has completed the transformation. With the exception of some of the leading pop singers and a few actors, George Clooney or Angelina Jolie, there is no performer, television show, or movie that everyone has seen or can even name. Over the past number of decades, the media environment has become more diversified, which has led to the breakup of communities that enjoy popular culture together. Exercise 11. Over a century of psychological research has shown that memory is constructive and reconstructive. In contrast to lay notions, scientists know from extensive research that memory does not work like a recording device. All memories, including special event memories, are mediated by similar cognitive processes. A special event may be better remembered by witnesses in that the gist of the information, as well as some core details of the event, might be recalled relatively well. However, special memories are malleable, subject to distortion, and affected by the damaging effects of forgetting, just like everyday memories are. Psychologists have been able to identify a number of socio-cognitive factors that can negatively affect memory and undermine its reliability. In the context of these factors, there are individual differences that make some witnesses more susceptible to false memories. Exercises 12 through 14. It was a very hot Sunday morning. The church was so crowded that morning that Mary and Betsy could hardly see over the heads of the people in front of them. During the service, they became impatient and bored and started to wiggle. Betsy slid way down on her spine and rested that way for a while. Mary watched her, and then she tried sitting that way too. When Mother frowned and shook her head, the girls sat up straight. Betsy tapped on the back of the seat in front of her until the woman sitting there turned around and looked at her. Then Betsy stopped. Mary opened her small pocketbook to take out her handkerchief. Then she took all the rest of the things out of her purse and lined them up on the seat beside her. When Mother noticed and frowned again, Mary hurried to put everything back in her pocketbook, but she dropped 2 pennies and a pink comb. By the time she picked them up, her face was red with embarrassment. Several people had turned to look disapprovingly at her. Next, Betsy slumped down in her seat again and put her feet up on the hymn book rack. She blew noisily at the unruly hair that hung down over her nose. Oh, it was a hot and tiresome morning. The girls were glad and relieved when the service was finally over. They started to jump up, but Mother put a firm hand on each girl's arm. Everybody else was leaving the church, but Mother didn't move. "Wait a few minutes, girls," she said quietly. Mary and Betsy looked at each other in wonder. Most of the people had left, but some still stood in the back of the church talking to the minister. Then Mother did a most unusual thing. She slid down in the church chair until her head was below the back of the seat. The girls stared. Mother looked so funny. Then Mother wiggled about on her spine and stuck her feet way under the bench in front of her. Her pretty blue hat was pushed crooked. "Mother, don't," Mary whispered. She looked around to see if anyone was noticing her mother's odd actions. Then Mother opened her purse and started to take things out of it and line them up on the seat beside her. Now both the little girls' faces were red with shame. "Please fix your hat, Mother," Betsy begged. "All the people are looking at us." Mother looked straight at her 2 daughters. "People looked at us quite often during the service," she stated simply. "Was it any worse for them to look at you girls than it is for them to look at me now?" The girls looked at each other in dawning understanding. "Did we look like that?" Mary asked. Mother nodded. "I see what you mean," Betsy stammered. Unit 10. Exercise 1. When you work with perfectionistic athletes, one challenge is that the athletes, once determined to work on their perfectionism, are very likely to try to be the perfect client during the intervention. Thus, from the therapist-consultant's view, it is important to be aware of subtle warning signs, such as if the intervention seems to run too smoothly and the athlete seems to be capable of carrying out exercises you agreed on a little bit too well. In these situations, you yourself might very well feel like the best therapist ever because you are unknowingly being reinforced by the athlete's apparent success. It is, however, important that you do not allow yourself to be deceived by the athlete. At this point, not only have you failed to help the athlete, you may have actually begun to reinforce the perfectionistic behaviors you should actually be working on. Maintaining a dialogue with the athlete about their progress and continually exploring their goals within the intervention is therefore crucial. In many cases, it can even be considered progress if the athlete fails to some extent in completing the homework assignment. This is because it provides an opportunity to discuss failure. Exercise 2. One of the ideas many scientists take as an ethical principle is that scientists should remain, like journalists, objective and not take sides on policy controversies. Indeed, historically, scientists such as the late astronomer Carl Sagan, who appear to have become too public, have risked losing the respect of other scientists. Under normal circumstances, some scientists might reasonably choose to avoid, as scientists, championing specific policy solutions, even on something like climate, lest they be mistaken for self-appointed or media-appointed authorities over what society should do. But scientists are also citizens, who may also reasonably choose to speak out as citizens on policy issues. To avoid involvement altogether can itself be seen as irresponsible. Scientists have the same rights and duties as other citizens, including the right and the duty to give thought to public issues and, on appropriate occasions, to take positions on them. For a climate scientist not to support appropriate action on climate might be likened to a medical doctor's not supporting routine cancer screening or prenatal nutrition initiatives. Exercise 3. In a study conducted by Griscavicius and his colleagues on behavioral cues, university students read a short story about a successful university graduate who obtained a high-status first job and was, relative to others, promoted quickly. Students in the control group read a neutral story of similar length. In subsequent experimental tasks, students could choose between different green and non-green hypothetical consumer products: car, household cleaner, dishwasher. Each time the products were equal in price, but the non-green product was more luxurious and had better performance than the green product, which was pro-environmental. The study showed that in the treatment group, in which an activation of status motives occurred, 55% chose the green car. In the control group, 37% chose the green car. The corresponding figures for the household cleaner and dishwasher were 42% versus 26% and 49% versus 35%, respectively. According to the study, the triggering of status motives led to a higher proportion of students selecting eco-friendly products. Exercise 4. Perhaps the variable found in research to distinguish entrepreneurs from others is self-efficacy, individuals' belief that they can successfully accomplish whatever they set out to accomplish. This is one reason why, despite the odds being highly stacked against them, many start new ventures. They believe that they can effectively complete the tasks needed to make these companies a success. Thus, self-efficacy is one characteristic that helps entrepreneurs get started and also persist in their efforts to succeed. Self-efficacy, however, has a downside. It may lead individuals to undertake tasks for which, in reality, they lack the required resources, leading to what can be disastrous results. In a sense, they have chosen to play in a game they cannot win, with negative results virtually guaranteed. These negative effects can be magnified by a high level of optimism, a general and often unjustified belief that ultimately all will turn out well. In combination, high levels of optimism and high levels of self-efficacy can prove deadly for entrepreneurs with limited resources. Exercises 5 through 7. During her last year of community college, Krista worked as a full-time nanny to take care of Delia's 4 kids. Krista was the first person in her family to go to college and felt pressure all around, especially as her long days became consumed by her job as well as writing assignments for her classes. These, along with some other things to take care of, were a real struggle for Krista. Delia, Krista's boss at the time, had her own struggles. Just before Krista began working for her family, Delia's career in law enforcement was cut short when she'd broken her hip at work. Krista marveled at her attitude. She had endured surgery to replace her hip and was left with metal in her leg, rods that would remain in her bones forever. But nothing stopped her. She remained positive, day in and day out. One day, when Delia saw Krista struggling with school and writing and general life pressures, she explained how she coped. She told her that the only thing Krista could do was to take one day at a time. Delia's attitude made little sense to Krista. She wanted to deal with everything all at once, but that just made her stress even worse. Delia's one day at a time motto seemed nice in theory, but impossible in reality. As the days and weeks of the year melted by, Delia listened to Krista as Krista shared about life and how she was working through it. After a year with Delia's family, Krista transferred to Ridge University, and her job ended. Krista and Delia stayed in touch, but Krista lived a few hours away on campus, so they didn't see each other very often. One day, after a tense situation with one of the girls who lived in her dorm, Krista found herself overcome with major anxiety. She took a deep breath, looked at herself in the mirror, and said, "It's okay, Krista. Just get through today." Krista shocked herself because it was the first time she truly believed that she could survive one day at a time. That is a gift Krista has carried with her over all the years since then. She's so thankful for Delia's words. Exercise 8. Do bacteria speak? Do they use sound to communicate with one another, just as they use chemicals to send information from one cell to another? Given that communication among cells is one of the fundamental activities of bacteria, sound would at first seem a likely means of communication. Bacteria are social beings. They live in films and clusters that are so tightly woven that they are often invulnerable to chemical and physical attacks that easily kill solitary cells. Bacterial success depends on networked teamwork, and at the generic and biochemical levels, bacteria are constantly exchanging molecules. But to date, there are no documented examples of sonic signaling among bacteria, although their increased growth rates when exposed to the sounds of their own kind may be a form of eavesdropping. Sonic communication may be ill-suited to bacterial societies. They live at a scale so tiny that molecules can zip from one cell to another in a fraction of a second. Bacteria use tens of thousands of molecules within their cells, an extensive, complex, and ready-made language. For them, chemical communication may be cheaper, faster, and more nuanced than sound waves. Exercise 9. Different listeners will have different interpretations. On hearing Brahms's Fourth Symphony, Elizabeth von Herzogenberg, among his closest friends, whose opinion he valued, wrote to say, "It is a walk through exquisite scenery at sunset, when the colors deepen and the crimson glows to purple." Her response is even more interesting, juxtaposed with that of Richard Strauss, who received an unforgettable impression of the new Brahms symphony, the andante of which reminded him of a funeral procession moving in silence across moonlit heights. It doesn't matter that the same movement evoked moonlight for Strauss and sunset for Herzogenberg. Moonlight and sunset may not be the same, but they have aspects in common, both invoking heavenly bodies, both striving for expression beyond words, and it is the similarities that tell us more about the music than the differences. The music could never, for instance, characterize a chase or a battle or a cartoon. If someone were to offer such an interpretation, he would be subject to suspicion himself. Exercise 10. In general, two approaches to learning have been distinguished, a surface approach and a deep approach to learning. A student with a surface approach to learning sees the work or task as an unwelcome external imposition, a hurdle they want to clear with as little time and effort as possible. One of the most common strategies for the surface approach is rote learning content without understanding, in order to subsequently reproduce the material. Students with a deep approach to learning, on the other hand, have the intention of comprehending the material and activating conceptual analysis. Learning strategies that characterize a deep approach to learning can vary in terms of the characteristics and requirements of the task. Possible strategies are reflecting, discussing, using various information sources, relating ideas to previous knowledge, looking for patterns, checking evidence, and critically examining arguments. Students adopting a surface approach to learning see learning tasks as enforced work, while students with a deep approach to learning seek comprehension by using various learning strategies. Exercise 11. So many of our feelings can be made so much easier to manage and perhaps more fun to experience just by saying them aloud and letting them build a bridge between us and another person. Exposing our fears makes them much less frightening. Affirming our triumphs makes them much more real. Revealing our grief relieves us of carrying the burden completely alone. A compassionate and empathetic friend, much like a therapist, can give us and our emotions a foundation to cling to. It's the reason that merely having someone listen can be such a powerful experience, even if that person was secretly paying more attention to the cheerleaders at the halftime show. All jokes about therapists' fees aside, it is no shame that part of their ability to help lies in just being there, in the moment and attuned. Those nods can be meaningful. A quality friend understands this and runs with it, knowing just how to validate their buddy's emotional state, whether that state stems from a hard-won personal triumph or just a particularly arduous commute home. Exercises 12 through 14. To understand connection regrets, let me tell you the story of two women. In the late 1980s, Cheryl attended Drake University in Des Moines, where she became fast friends with Jen. Cheryl and Jen belonged to the same sorority and lived in a house with about 40 other women. Among the group, these two stood out for their seriousness and ambition. Cheryl became president of the sorority. Jen was elected president of the entire student body. They supported each other's enthusiasms and aspirations. Shortly after graduation in 1990, Jen married. Cheryl was a bridesmaid and moved to Virginia. And shortly after that, Jen invited Cheryl to visit her at her new home. Jen said that she wanted Cheryl to meet a friend of Jen's husband, who she thought might be a good romantic match. Cheryl was taken aback. She'd been dating another Drake student for 2 years. I thought he was the one. Jen knew the guy, but Cheryl said she clearly did not think he was the one. Cheryl politely declined the invitation to visit. Over the next few years, Cheryl and Jen, living in different parts of the country at a time before widespread email, exchanged letters and cards. Cheryl eventually ditched the boyfriend, whom she refers to today only as Mr. Wrong, and says, "Now that I've matured into the person I am, I can see what Jen saw." Within a couple of years, the letters dwindled. Then they stopped. Cheryl hasn't talked to Jen for 25 years. "We didn't have a falling out of any kind. I just let it kind of drift away," she told me. "I regret not having that relationship in my life. I've missed having another person in my life who could share with me the kind of growth I've experienced over the years." The absence disquiets Cheryl. I ask Cheryl, "If you're going to die in a month, are there things you would want tied up?" Cheryl said, "I would like her to know that the friendship feels significant to me, even 25 years later." During a conversation one spring afternoon, I asked Cheryl if she'd consider trying to revive the friendship, or at least to call email, or write Jen. I think the door's open, she replied. If I were not a coward, I would reach out.
Week 6, Unit 11. Exercise 1. The ocean is important as a surface, as a channel for travel. As anyone who has jumped into the ocean knows, seawater is buoyant. It supports your weight much better than the air around you. This greatly reduces the amount of fuel required to move goods from place to place. Moving a 20-foot container from Shanghai to Frankfurt by ship costs a mere third as much as shifting it by plane. It is no surprise, therefore, that 4/5 of international trade in goods depends on sea freight. The emergence of enormous container ships has meant that fewer and fewer people now work in shipping, but it remains very big business, the biggest ocean industry of all in terms of total income. Every day, huge quantities of goods pass through major bottlenecks like the Panama and Suez canals. The world was given a stark reminder of the importance of these bottlenecks in March 2021, when one of the world's largest container ships, the Ever Given, blocked the Suez Canal for 6 days, prompting widespread concern about the consequences for world trade. Exercise 2. When the new coronavirus arrived in the United States in January 2020, it hit an economy, society, and constitutional democracy fundamentally unprepared. As the scale of the challenge became clear, the country simply could not deliver what was needed to confront it. There was a solution, one identified by scholars and policy experts as early as the middle of March and publicly disseminated by the middle of April. That solution was a large-scale program of rapid testing of patients, tracing and testing their contacts, and tracing and testing their contacts again in turn. Such testing also needed reinforcement from a culture of sticking to universal precautions, such as mask wearing, hand and bathroom hygiene, and robust practices of infection control. The massive rapid buildup of such a public health campaign, as well as the necessary systems and services to support it, would have interrupted transmission of the virus sufficiently to eliminate it even while keeping the economy open. But the country did not have the relevant infrastructure ready to go and was not able to deliver this mobilization. Exercise 3. The only way to produce crystal clear writing is to know how a reader will respond to the choices you make in composing text and graphics. You need to know which sentence structures are most easily understood, which organization of material into sections is most easily followed, and so on. It's certainly possible to offer some general rules along these lines. For example, use the active voice. Divide the paper into introduction, methods, results, and discussion sessions. And use a figure instead of a table when quantities are to be compared. In principle, you could tape a long list of such rules above your computer and treat it as the voice of authority on how to reach readers. But long lists of rules are boring. Besides, using them makes writing mechanical. And good writing sometimes entails knowing when to bend the rules instead of following them. Furthermore, using a list of rules is oddly indirect. Instead of relying on rules you've been told will produce clear text, surely it would be more effective to understand how readers think and write to that understanding. In order to produce clear writing, you need to grasp the viewpoint of your audience and apply general writing rules flexibly. Exercise 4. Masting is the synchronized production of large crops of acorns across a broad geographic range of a species, alternating with 1 or more years of little or no acorn production. This is an adaptation to increase acorn survival and dispersibility. Populations of some specialist seed consumers crash following non-mast years so that more acorns survive following the mast years. This works pretty well, but when crops of acorns fluctuate dramatically across years, it can send shockwaves through the animal community. Acorn Mast is an important resource in the community for a wide variety of animals, far beyond those that serve as agents of acorn dispersal. Deer, bear, woodpeckers, turkeys, mice, and many other animals direct their attention to the acorn mast during mast years. People are also sometimes affected by masting. When mouse populations increased in mast years, so did the populations of ticks and the incidence of Lyme disease. Exercises 5 through 7. Early one morning, the doorbell rang. "How can I help you?" Vera asked the child who was standing there. "My mother is ill. She needs some medicine," he said. "Who's your mom?" Vera asked. "Charity," he answered. Charity was the woman who cleaned their house each week. Vera's mom came to talk to Washington, Charity's son. "I will take you home and we can take some medicine to her." "But Mom," Vera objected, "you promised to take me to the mall today." "I know," her mom replied, "but Charity seems to be seriously ill. We can go shopping later on." Vera frowned. Newtown was far from where they lived. There won't be time to go to the mall after this, she realized. "Come with me," her mom invited. After a while, they turned off onto a dirt road. Children in old clothes and no shoes were playing in the dust. Washington asked Vera's mom to stop outside a run-down house. The house was neat and clean. Faded red linoleum covered the floor, and pictures cut from magazines were pasted against the walls. A small stove stood in the front room, and in front of it was a table and 3 old chairs. Charity was in the bedroom. She coughed when she greeted them. Vera's mom gave her some medicine and put a carrier bag filled with groceries onto the table. Vera went outside and looked over the top of the run-down houses in the squatter camp to the blue mountains in the distance. "Lord, forgive me for being so ungrateful," she said. Back home, she took out a suitcase and packed it full of clothes and other things that she didn't need anymore. She put her favorite blue t-shirt on top of everything. "That's for Washington," she thought. She felt a lot of respect for the young boy who had walked for more than 2 hours without complaining to get some medicine for his mother. Exercise 8. Recent advances in electronic media and computer networks have allowed the creation of large and distributed repositories of information. However, the immediate availability of extensive resources for use by broad classes of computer users gives rise to new challenges in everyday life. These challenges arise from the fact that users cannot exploit available resources effectively when the amount of information requires prohibitively long user time spent on acquaintance with and comprehension of the information content. Thus, the risk of information overload of users imposes new requirements on the software systems that handle the information. One of these requirements is the incorporation into the software systems of mechanisms that help their users when they face difficulties during human-computer interaction sessions or lack the knowledge to make decisions by themselves. Such mechanisms attempt to identify user information needs and to personalize human-computer interactions. Personalized Recommender Systems, RS, provide an example of software systems that attempt to address some of the problems caused by information overload. Exercise 9. Trade deregulation has brought down barriers to the movement of capital and jobs, but it has not freed up movement of people in pursuit of a better livelihood. The result is that work is allowed to circulate around the globe with impunity, but workers themselves are not. In fact, many are criminalized if they cross borders. The higher up the skills curve, the less strictly this rule applies, if only because it has not proven so easy to separate skills from employees. Nonetheless, corporate strategies loosely known as knowledge transfer have been devised to migrate brainpower from the heads of well-paid employees to a cheaper labor pool offshore. Increasingly, sophisticated workflow technologies can now slice up the contents of a job into work tasks, assign them to different parts of the globe, and reassemble the results into a meaningful whole. Most recently, trade liberalization in India and China in particular has enabled large amounts of skilled professional work to be performed in discount offshore locations. As more and more countries strive to enter the upper reaches of industry and services, the competition to attract high-tech investment has intensified, and so these skill-intensive sectors are now seen as key to the game of catch-up. Exercise 10. From the time that dogs evolved from wolves, they have developed numerous behavioral traits that have supported and enhanced their interactions with humans. Science is now discovering that dogs seem to have more advanced cognitive skills than previously thought, skills that have helped them coexist with humans. For example, it was once believed that dogs were not capable of understanding verbal communication, but rather relied on their advanced nonverbal abilities to help them understand human gestures and behavior. However, Andes and McCluskey reported in Science that research now suggests that some dogs may be capable of recognizing more than 1,000 words. This capability is definitely an asset in their interactions with humans. Furthermore, research by Udell and von Holt suggests that one of the biggest transformations of dogs in the process of domestication from the wolf may be due to two genes, GTF2I and GTF2ID. These genes appear to have a direct impact on dogs' intense ability and desire for social contact. They are considered the friendly genes and help foster positive interactions with people. Dogs' behavioral traits enable them to have harmonious relationships with humans, and two contributing factors are considered to be their cognitive abilities and their genetic makeup. Exercise 11. The way cultures differ regarding external societal constraints is captured by the tightness-looseness dimension. South Asian and Confucian nations are among the tightest, whereas Latin American and Eastern European nations are the least tight. Tightness is associated with strong norms and low tolerance of deviant behavior, which restricts the range of behavior deemed appropriate across everyday situations and settings. By contrast, looseness is associated with weak norms and high tolerance of deviant behavior, affording a wider range of permissible behavior across everyday situations. The strength or weakness of everyday recurring situations within nations simultaneously reflects and supports the degree of order and coordination in the larger cultural context. Compared to individuals in loose cultures, individuals in tight cultures are more concerned with conforming to normative rules and have psychological qualities that promote social order. Exercises 12 through 14. My father was an Air Force Master Sergeant stationed in Ohio. The Cincinnati Reds offered tickets at a discounted price to military personnel, and my father decided to take me and a group of airmen to a baseball game between the hometown Reds and the Pittsburgh Pirates. I was thrilled at finally being able to see a big league game. Although I was a New York Yankees fan, one of my favorite baseball players, Roy Face, was a star pitcher for the Pirates, and I was hoping to get his autograph. My father even bought me a brand new baseball, just in case I ran into him. I could hardly contain myself on the drive to Cincinnati. We arrived at the stadium a few minutes before the players were due to take the field, and I lined up with other fans at the entrance to the Pirates' locker room to see the players. As the players came out to enter the runway to the dugout, I looked anxiously for Roy Face. I finally saw him coming, and in my best manners asked him for his autograph. He calmly ignored me and proceeded down the runway. I was shocked. One of my favorite heroes had brushed me off. I stood there pondering what to do next, when a large arm appeared around my shoulders, and a hand took the ball from my grasp. I looked up to see a broad smile beneath a pirate's hat and a large 21 on the uniform. The man handed me the ball with a wink and headed onto the field. I looked down at the ball and could not believe that it now proudly bore the name Roberto Clemente in black ink. Roy Face's spot on my hero list had just been filled by one of the greatest players in the game. Clemente played an important part in the Pirates' win on that day and helped lead his team to a World Series victory over my Yankees that October. Despite that, he remained one of my greatest heroes until his death in a 1972 airplane crash while flying relief supplies to earthquake victims in Nicaragua. When I learned of Clemente's death, I could only marvel that the man who had helped find me a hero had been a true hero trying to help an entire nation. Unit 12, Exercise 1. Perhaps one of the greatest challenges is to find the will, the courage, and the undefeatable attitude to persist. To challenge oneself to exceed the comfort zone and to push beyond one's self-perceived outer limits is to practice with firm faith and devotion. Reaching beyond anything done previously, always knocking on that door of a new record, a farther reach than ever reached before. What Daniel Coyle called reachfulness is what peaking involves. Reachfulness is the constant pounding in one's head to stretch and stretch and stretch to that new limit, no matter how minuscule. It is a new high. The role of the teacher, coach, or mentor is to keep tipping the learner forward from passivity toward reachable action. It is a continuous cycle that maintains and sustains skillfulness, yet also scores a plus within the learner for the new mark that has been reached. This requires constant dissatisfaction with the current specs or data, and a yearning to do one's personal best, each and every outing. It is exhausting on the one hand, and on the other it is thrilling and truly invigorated by the tiny, barely noticeable successes that keep the learner moving ever forward. Exercise 2. Every time that a cell multiplies, there is risk of an error at the time when the DNA is copied. Consequently, as multicellular animals increased in complexity and size, and the lifespan got longer and longer, the risk of cancer was expected to grow in direct proportion. The larger and longer lived the animal, the higher the number of mitosis occurring in its body, and therefore the higher the chance of DNA damage to occur. However, this turned out not to be the case, as large dimensions and longer life do not necessarily mean increased risk of cancer. This is the Peto's paradox, which gets its name from a study published in 1995 by Richard Peto and his colleagues. In this experiment, a large group of mice of different ages were exposed to topical application of a carcinogen. The rate of appearance by epithelial tumors was related to the duration of exposure to the chemical, but not to the mouse's age. That is, it was the time of exposure to the carcinogen agent that dictated the risk of developing cancer, and not the age of the exposed mouse, and neither the span of survival after the exposure. This study demonstrated that, against the then current wisdom, increased lifespan in itself can be irrelevant as far as increase in cancer risk is concerned. Exercise 3. A large repertoire and proficient song performance can only be acquired by an individual bird that grew up in a secure nest, was subsequently unencumbered by disease and parasites, and, in possession of sharp faculties, memory capacity, foraging ability, and predator watchfulness, engaged in hundreds of hours of successful singing practice. Whatever impairs the post-hatching growth of a bird's system of song nuclei, and whatever keeps the bird from attending to and practicing song, is later evident as deficits in the size and perfection of its mature song repertoire. This makes a large repertoire of complex song a direct causal reflection of an individual's successful passage through a demanding and varied obstacle course. The more demanding the performance to be acquired, the more comprehensive a measure of an individual's personal history and qualities lies implicit in the perfected, mature song performance. An individual's song proficiency tells its audience, in a way impossible to counterfeit, that the singer comes from, as it were, a good background. Potential mates and rivals thus do well to take a singer displaying mastery and virtuosity seriously. An individual bird's level of song mastery sums up the entire developmental history of the singer, and as such provides a certificate of competence of all-around individual quality. Exercise 4. Are you Othello or Hamlet? Are you more likely to think and act too fast, or to get mired in analysis paralysis? While jumping to conclusions and actions is a widespread fault in individuals, analysis paralysis is frequent in large, bureaucratic organizations that pile up studies and reports before taking any action or no action at all. On the one hand, being fast or lazy in our thinking allows us to economize on scarce and expensive mental resources, but the resulting solutions are often poor and ineffective. On the other hand, slow thinking and thorough investigation are necessary to tackle complex business problems, but the reflection process might create delays in decision-making and frustrate action. For organizations and institutions to be both effective and efficient, they need people who can overcome these challenges to solving complex business problems. These people must be as thorough as Hamlet and as action-oriented as Othello, without jumping to conclusions like the latter or being stuck in a loop of endless questioning like the former. Exercises 5 through 7. One day in the spring of 2011, San Francisco resident Tina Case finally agreed to allow her daughter Danielle to acquire a dog of her own if she promised to take care of it, and saved up the money necessary in order to bring one home. After receiving her permission, Danielle got busy, knocking on neighbors' doors to offer her pet and babysitting services. Once she had saved up enough money, off she went to pick out a suitable dog. She found Koa, a golden retriever, who quickly settled into her new home. Koa set her mind to becoming an integral part of the family, offering companionship to the Cases, who in turn provided her with plenty of opportunity to pursue more doggy pursuits. Soon, Koa's favorite activity became chasing lizards in the backyard, and to Danielle's relief, the dog always lets the reptiles go after providing them with a little bit of exercise. One day, Koa was on her usual lizard hunt when she became obsessed with exploring a raised spot of dirt alongside the house. Danielle came to investigate what her beloved dog was so intent on investigating, and to her great surprise, she found a nest full of wild baby rabbits. She rushed them to a neighbor, who was also a vet, who diligently checked them over. After a thorough examination and clean bill of health, the baby rabbits were returned to the Case family along with instructions on how to take care for them. Danielle and her mom were prepared to take care of the baby rabbits themselves, but then Koa stepped in to help care for and nurture her discoveries. It was an unusual situation because many breeds of dogs would rather chase rabbits than nuzzle them, but she was determined to protect them. After some initial hesitation, Tina Case decided to allow the dog to exercise her maternal instincts. Koa has never been a mother, so she thinks these are her little puppies, she said. They hop all over her and always find their way to the crook of her leg and find warmth and shelter. Exercise 8. With the rise of the Internet, particularly in the light of online auctions, it is easier for customers to establish the lowest price of any product. However, the destabilizing effect this has on prices affects commodities more than brands. Indeed, it is interesting to note that it is the major brand leading organizations who have embraced e-commerce, not just to reduce transaction costs, but also to create added values for customers. For example, the travel specialists at Thomas Cook have used the internet to make it easier for customers to contact them using whatever medium suits them best. This is a far cry from the traditional approach of viewing the customer as a passive entity to absorb whatever the supplier decides to do to them. Indeed, in the electronic age, given that customers today have as much information about suppliers as they have about them, the most powerful brands will be customer-centric. Successful companies will know the customer and will be the customer's advocate. Exercise 9. In order to be meaningful, the claim concerning wholeness and coherence must have a cognitive function, which may be related to economy of time as well as to the communication itself. Irrelevant elements take up valuable time and disturb comprehension, as the reader assumes at the outset that they have a function and tries to interpret the whole in such a way that they fit in. It is a convention of nonfiction to contain only relevant elements, and traditional views of literature have transferred this convention to literary fiction. We crave logical coherence and relevance because we do not want to waste time on something that is unnecessary. However, fictional literature leaves room for other priorities, for we read not only to receive information, but also for entertainment or to pass the time. Although entertainment and the passing of time are products of the cognitive content, the reader often regards reading primarily as a way of passing the time and not as cognition. Consequently, independent of coherence and relevance, he is ready to accept every aspect of the work that makes time pass in an agreeable or at least meaningful way. Exercise 10. 10 years ago, when search engines were powered by data mining rather than by machine learning, if a person searched for gourmet restaurants, then for clothing, his or her search for the latter would be independent of his or search for the former. Both times, a search engine would collect as much information as possible, then provide the inquirer options, something like a digital phone book or catalog of a subject. But contemporary search engines are guided by models, informed by observed human behavior. If a person searches for gourmet restaurants, then searches for clothing, he or she may be presented with designer clothing rather than more affordable alternatives. Designer clothing may be what the searcher is after, but there is a difference between choosing from a range of options and taking an action. In this case, making a purchase. In other cases, adopting a political or philosophical position or ideology, without ever knowing what the initial range of possibilities or implications was, entrusting a machine to preemptively shape the options. In the past, search engines used to provide separate information depending on search terms, but these days, search results are based on observed human behavior, which narrows the range of the searcher's choices. Exercise 11. Throughout nature, the process of natural selection seldom favors organisms that lack the capacity to disperse to new areas. Even among sedentary plants, evolution has found ways for species to spread from one place to another. Hitchhiking on animals, or using the wind to scatter their seeds and pollen. Almost all species have some mechanism for exploratory movement, and the longest of these movements are often vital for the long-term survival of populations, for a whole suite of reasons. In the absence of long-distance dispersal, populations will invariably become threatened by inbreeding, as local gene pools become more and more impoverished over time through the lack of mixing with individuals elsewhere. Dispersal can also be essential in allowing populations to persist when environmental conditions change, or when population densities within a local area grew to the point that competition for resources limits survival chances. Exercises 12 through 14. It was 3 days before Christmas. My sister Sherry and I were so excited. Every time another commercial came on TV, we ran to our lengthy Christmas list and added another toy or game. Finally, Mom had enough, and she sat us down and gave us the speech. She asked us if we had considered anyone besides ourselves. Did either of you buy a gift for your little brother, your grandmother, or your father? She asked. I felt ashamed. Sherry and I made a list of our family, pulled our meager allowance, and walked to the dollar store. At home, we wrapped and labeled each gift, chatting and laughing together. Our French poodle, Jacques, was right up under us the whole time. Finally, Sherry and I looked down, really noticing him for the first time. The dog, we exclaimed together. We had forgotten to put the dog on our Christmas list. What do you think he would like? I asked Sherry. What about a bone? She whispered, with her hand to her mouth, so Jacques wouldn't hear. Out we went again to the meat market to get a bone. We wrapped this gift and placed the bone under the tree. The next day, as we piled into the car for church, we noticed our damp, drippy dog standing in the rain. Can't we let him into the warm house? I begged. He has a doghouse, Mom reminded us, but we could tell she thought he was pitiful too. Please, we begged together. Okay, Mom caved in. Sherry hurried under his chain and led him into the front door. A few hours later, when we got home, we didn't expect the scene that greeted us. I stood in the front doorway and gasped. There was ripped gift paper scattered all over the living room floor. Sherry and I rushed to the tree to count the presents. It looked as if all of them were still there. Mom looked for the dog. Come and see, she shouted. Jacques was crouched under a bed, busily chewing his bone. We couldn't believe it. He had opened only one present, his present. How did he know which one to open? He must have read the gift tag and knew it was his, I exclaimed. Our dog could read. Our dog was the smartest dog I'd ever heard of. I started planning TV shows for him. Maybe we could get him on America's Funniest Home Videos or Good Morning America because our dog could read. Mom waited till after Christmas to break the news. It was quite a blow when she told me. You know, he probably just smelled the bone. I felt as deflated as last year's birthday balloons. I guess there will be no America's Funniest Home Videos prize in our future. But still, I think there will never be a Christmas to beat that one. I still smile when I think that for 2 whole days, I was sure we owned the smartest dog on earth.
Week 7. Mini Test 1. Number 1. To whom it may concern. I am a graduate student majoring in political science. I am writing this letter to tell you about the inconvenience students experience on campus. An increasing number of students are riding their bicycles to school. However, since there are not enough bicycle racks on campus, students have trouble finding places to park their bicycles. Often we spend a lot of time looking for a place for our bicycles, which often leads us to be late for class. It gets even worse on rainy or snowy days. Last month, I heard that 5 bicycles parked on the roadside due to the lack of bicycle facilities on campus had been stolen. So I hope you take this matter very seriously and take necessary action to resolve it. More than anything, I ask you to create more bicycle racks. Sincerely, Michael Lovelace. Number 2. I was working through college selling children's books door to door in Florida. One particularly blistering day, nothing was going right. I had knocked on every door without a single answer. I was hot, tired, and felt like a total failure. Then I looked down the street at a small white house and was drawn toward it. I had barely knocked on the door when an older woman opened it and immediately asked me in. She gave me a drink, and invited me to share a meal with her and her husband. It was obvious that they did not have much money. During the 2 hours I was there, the woman and her husband shared stories of the hardships and experiences in their lives and told me that it was very important to always love and care deeply about others, even strangers. As I left, the man gave me money and said he just wanted to help me out and that he had no need for my books. As I walked back down the street, I broke into tears and kept crying for blocks. These people, who at first seemed to have so little, had given me more than I could ever have asked for. Number 3. It's probably worth mentioning that Socrates was put to death for his beliefs, and for spreading those beliefs too widely to the youth of Athens. So it's safe to say that challenging established thinking doesn't always sit well with people. But I'd argue it's not only a good idea to harness constructive conflict, it's crucial to the decision-making process. You can't effectively set a strategy or decide direction if you're unwilling to grapple with tough questions and have some disagreement over ideas. Thoughtful leaders thrive on disagreement because it gives them the information they need to improve their ideas before they reach the world. We all have our own personal threshold of comfort around conflict. Some people thrive on lively debate. Others find it deeply stressful. But if the boss can't be challenged safely, then no one can. I believe it's your job as a leader to invite good criticism. By constructively harnessing disagreements within your team, you improve ideas and fuel productivity. Number 4. Anti-racist educator and author Debbie Irving uses an often-cited headwinds and tailwinds metaphor to explain the invisibility of the systemic group-level differences that treat different groups of people differently. Headwinds are the challenges, some big, some small, some visible, some invisible, that make life harder for some people, but not for all people. When you run against a headwind, your speed slows down and you have to push harder. You can feel the headwind. When you have a tailwind pushing you, it is a force that propels you forward. It is consequential but easily unnoticed or forgotten. In fact, if you were like me when I jog with a tailwind, you may glow with pride at your great running time that day, as if it were your own athletic prowess. When you have the tailwind, you will not notice that some runners are running into headwinds. They may be running as hard as or even harder than you, but they will appear lazier and slower to you. When some of them grow tired and stop trying, they will appear self-destructive to you. Number 5. Like in the early days of industrialization, workers today are no longer reaping the gains of progress. Worse, many have been left behind in the backwaters of progress. In the same way that opportunity dried up for middle-income artisans as a consequence of the industrialization process, the age of automation has meant diminishing opportunities for the American middle class. Like the victims of the early factories, many Americans have adjusted to the computerization of work by unwillingly shifting into lower-paying jobs, or have failed to adjust and dropped out of the workforce completely. And similar to the victims of the factories, the losers to automation have primarily been men in the prime of life. Up until the 1980s, manufacturing jobs allowed ordinary working men to attain a middle-class lifestyle without going to college. As employment opportunities in manufacturing receded, a path of upward mobility was closed to many citizens. Number 6. We do not have an environmental problem so much as we have a story problem. or so says David Corton, who argues that the grave environmental challenges we face today have been set in motion by the predominating cultural lens of what he calls the sacred money and markets story. This has been a story with catastrophic outcomes, contends Corton. Is there a way to fix it? Corton thinks there is. Intervene. Change the story. Change the future, Corton proclaims in his book on creating more sustainable and just Earth economies. Intervening in the sacred money and market story and supplanting it with the sacred life and living Earth story as the prevailing story of our time, he argues, will result in changing the human cognition and behavior that got us into our current environmental mess. Change the story, and we will climb our way out of destruction and despair and begin the repair and recovery of life systems on the planet. Permit the dominant sacred money and market story instead to proceed on its current trajectory, uninterrupted, with no effective intervention, and we seal our own doom. Number 7. Imagination often seems unbounded and without constraint. However, if this were the case, then it would be more likely to generate falsehoods than truths. Imagination must be constrained in order to provide knowledge. On the other hand, if we want to generate any new knowledge, what we imagine cannot be entirely up to us, as it must go beyond what we already know. The knowledge-generating capacity of the imagination can be explained by suggesting that some constraints on the imagination are fixed and within our control, allowing for exploratory activity within these constraints. For example, if one wants to know whether a sofa will fit through a door, one must constrain one's imagination to keep the relevant shapes and sizes and the laws of physics fixed, while allowing for exploration of various possible ways of manipulating the sofa. Number 8. Average rainfall and total water consumption in Australia. The table above shows the average rainfall and the total water consumption in Australia in 6 financial years. During these 6 financial years, the highest average rainfall was recorded in financial year 2016-2017, and total water consumption reached its peak in financial year 2017-2018, with more than 15,000 gigaliters used. From financial year 2014-2015 to 2015-2016, the average rainfall increased, but during the same period, the total amount of water used fell by more than 1,000 gigaliters. However, from financial year 2016-2017 to 2017-2018, the total water consumption showed an increase, whereas average rainfall dropped by more than 200 millimeters. From financial year 2017-2018 to 2019-2020, the total amount of water consumed in Australia steadily declined. The average rainfall in financial years 2018-2019 and 2019-2020 was just below 350 millimeters in both periods. Number 9. Zhang Heng was born in Henan, China in 78 CE. In his youth, he traveled to Chang'an and Luoyang to receive his education. Zhang Heng showed an early aptitude for literary pursuits and achieved fame for his poetry in his 20s. His work, To Live in Seclusion, is considered a masterpiece of the late Han Dynasty. While most educated young men in China at the time sought to obtain government posts, Zhang Heng spent many years learning mathematics and astronomy instead. His accomplishments in these fields are extremely noteworthy and rival his literary fame. He was able to create an accurate chart of the stars, which assisted in keeping the imperial calendar accurate. He also invented a flying machine, which was able to leave the ground, though only for a few moments. In 132, he invented the first seismograph, which traced the direction of earthquakes and their seismic waves. It was only later in his life that Zhang Heng held a series of important government positions in the capital and remote regions, beginning in 116 and continuing until his death. Number 10. 2023 Westland Student Art Contest. Do you want to see your artwork displayed at an exhibition? If so, sign up for the 2023 Westland Student Art Contest. Contest theme: Our Growing Community. All fine art media allowed: oils, acrylics, watercolors, pastels, pencils, collage, etc. All submitted pieces must be A3 in size. 2 age groups, 7 to 12 and 13 to 18 years old. Prizes for each age group. First place, 1 person. A $200 gift card to use at Westland Shopping Center. Second place, 3 persons. A $150 gift card to use at Westland Shopping Center. Third place, 5 persons. A $100 gift card to use at Westland Shopping Center. All entries will be displayed at our exhibition. The contest will run from June 5th to July 7th. Find terms and conditions on our website, www.westsac.org. Number 11. 2023 Happy Mall Dance Challenge with Your Dad. In partnership with the trendy short video platform ShortClip, we want to level up the home date fun this Father's Day. We invite kids and dads to show their dance moves and take on the dance challenge. The challenge has 3 super easy steps. 1. Together with your dad, record a short clip video dancing to your favorite song. 2. Your video should be 15 to 30 seconds long. 3. Post it only on ShortClip with the hashtags Father's Day Dance Challenge and Happy Mall by June 12th. Make sure your account is set to public to validate your entry. The top 5 most viewed videos from June 12th to 18th will get a special prize from Happy Mall, so join now. For more information, scan the QR code below. Number 12. When we are young, we see our parents as people who always know the answers. That's probably why as soon as we can think independently, around the ages of 4 to 5, we start asking a lot of questions. Parents try to answer these questions in a way that a young mind can comprehend. However, when it comes to learning lessons about money, our parents' answers to these questions get written into a money blueprint. Even worse, a passing comment about money in the kitchen or at the dinner table can have a lasting effect. For example, a common phrase used by parents in response to a child's request for something is, "No, we can't afford that." Think for a moment about how a young mind might interpret that. The message could be interpreted as, "We don't have enough money," or "There isn't enough money." These beliefs about money can lead to an entire life designed around making sure there is always enough money through an obsession around work. It could lead to someone feeling deprived and a propensity for overspending in adulthood to avoid the feeling of deprivation. Number 13. The idea that zebra stripes work to confuse predators while the zebra is in motion is a relatively early theory. This is a plausible possibility. Zebras have the high contrast patterning generally thought to promote dazzle effects, and as herd animals, they might benefit from an interaction between dazzle effects and confusion effects created when targeting individuals in groups. They also have visually oriented lions and hyenas as their main predators, and as large animals that live in the open, they might find camouflaging via other mechanisms difficult. The motion-dazzle hypothesis has been studied in zebras by modeling the motion signals created by moving zebra stripes. This analysis shows that zebra stripes create strong motion signals in directions other than the true direction of movement, supporting the hypothesis that zebra stripes make movement processing difficult. While most recent work focuses on whether zebra stripes function as protection against biting insects rather than mammalian carnivores, this idea is not necessarily mutually exclusive with the dazzle hypothesis. Rather than, or in addition to, lions and hyenas, stripes may target the motion processing of much smaller but no less fitness-reducing flies instead. Number 14. It is interesting to reflect on the possible connection between increasing individualism and rising mental ill health. This is discussed at length in Oliver James's book, Affluenza, in which he points out that the United States, the world's most individualist society, is also on the top of the league for mental disorders, as recorded by the World Health Organization's World Mental Health Survey. Several other countries that rate highly on individualism also figure highly in this league table. Comparing just 14 countries, including New Zealand, 2nd, France, 4th, and the Netherlands, 7th, James defines affluenza as the placing of a high value on money, possessions, appearances, physical and social, and fame, and he attributes this to what he calls selfish capitalism. It could certainly be argued that the relative importance attached to materialistic factors related to self-esteem are particularly important in cultures where selfish capitalism is strong. Number 15. Sensors are opening vast new windows on the cosmos. Thanks to the constant advance of sensors and effectors in the form of adaptive optics, discovery of extrasolar planets moved from science fiction to commonplace with breathtaking speed. In the near future, sensor advances will allow us to analyze exoplanetary atmospheres and look for signatures of civilization. The same trends will open new horizons for amateur astronomers, who will soon enjoy affordable technical means to match the Kepler Space Telescope in planet-finding skills. Sensors are thus as much about democratizing amateur science as the creation of ever more powerful instruments. The Kepler satellite imaged a field of 115 degrees, or a mere 0.25% of the sky. Planet-finding amateurs using digitally empowered backyard scopes could put a serious dent in the 99.75% of the sky yet to be examined. Number 16. Basic manners fit into the category of fundamentally important social phenomena we tend to overlook. When I moved to Vancouver from California, one of the first things that struck me was that the natives, when exiting public buses through the back door, always shouted out a loud and cheerful "thank you" to the bus driver. It initially struck me as a bit excessive, but I've since come to see it not only as an expression of a fundamentally more pleasant populace, but also as a ritual that probably helps to create more pleasant people. The bus driver, whether she realizes it or not, feels better having been thanked. She is now more inclined to drive courteously or to remain at the stop that extra second to allow someone running late to hop on the bus. This behavior ripples out across my rainy city in subtle waves, inclining people toward virtue, like wind blowing over the grass. Number 17. It matters to us how things are, but how things are not can be equally important. It matters when something you want is not there. In a variety of circumstances, it matters that a drink is sugar-free. A migraine sufferer might want any pudding as long as it is not chocolate. Anyone with an allergy or intolerance will have a similar type of negative preference. It could matter to someone that a particular train does not stop in Wakefield if they were planning to get off there. Bereavement matters too. When a loved one is no longer around, the feeling of their absence is profound. Some fear their own non-existence more than anything else. In other cases, things not being a certain way can be entirely mundane. Someone might regret not being 6 feet tall or not being a better chess player. But some cases of what is not are of great, even cosmic importance. It matters enormously that the planet Earth is not closer to the Sun than it is. It is likely that there would be no human life on the planet if it were. Number 18. Mind reading refers to the cognitive ability to attribute psychological states to other people. It is distinct from social cognition, which has the broader referent base of the cognitive structures that facilitate our ability to navigate the social world. Social cognition is a broader category than mind reading because it is possible to successfully interact with other people without attributing psychological states to them. One might have a perfectly successful social interaction with another by responding to their behaviors without giving any thought to the psychological states that caused them. Alternatively, one might anticipate the behaviors of another person based on social protocols about how one ought to behave in a particular situation. For example, at a pedestrian crossing or waiting in line to get on a bus. Such social protocols extend to how we expect people in different roles to behave. For example, the behaviors we expect of a bus driver and a fellow passenger. To be a social agent, we have to predict behavior, and we need to mind read to be a good behavior predictor. These are all instances of interacting with others which do not obviously involve reasoning about their psychological states. Number 19. The problem of free will has real-world implications for our self-understanding, our interpersonal relationships, and our moral and legal practices. The assumption that we have free will lurks behind the justification of many of our everyday attitudes and judgments. For instance, when someone morally wrongs us, not only do we experience resentment and moral anger, we typically feel that we are justified in doing so, since we assume that, absent any excusing conditions, people are free and morally responsible for what they do, and are therefore appropriate targets for such responses. We also typically assume that when individuals act of their own free will, they justly deserve to be praised and blamed, punished and rewarded for their actions, since they are morally responsible for what they do. Similar assumptions are made in the criminal law. The U.S. Supreme Court, for instance, has asserted a universal and persistent foundation stone in our system of law, and particularly in our approach to punishment, sentencing, and incarceration, is the belief in freedom of the human will and a consequent ability and duty of the normal individual to choose between good and evil. Number 20. An aeronautical engineer who sets about the task of developing a new airplane will start by performing theoretical analyses involving thrust, lift, and drag. Next, she will build models and run experiments. And most important, as the plane is built, its components will be assembled, adjusted, and tested while the plane is safely on the ground. Evolution has no such luxury. As a species evolves, it always has to be done in flight. Every sequential modification has to be fully functional and competitive. The neuroscientist David Linden has described the human brain as the progressive accumulation of evolutionary kludges, or quick and dirty fixes. During brain evolution, new structures were placed on top of the older functional structures, leading to redundancy, waste of resources, unnecessary complexity, and sometimes competing solutions to the same problem. Furthermore, as new computational requirements emerged, they had to be implemented with the current hardware. There is no switching from analog to digital along the way. Number 21. Self-presentation and/or impression management have been long identified as motivators for SNS use. Specific to image sharing, Facebook users choose certain profile pictures to portray themselves as attractive or fun-loving, as popular, or to show their relationship status, which aim to create a particular image of the individual and to shape others' impressions of them. Instagram users also report posting images to express themselves or present a particular image to others. In line with this, Facebook users also report untagging themselves from images posted by others if those photos are unattractive or portray them doing something they don't want others to know about. However, this is not to say that Facebook identities are completely divorced from who the person is offline. Researchers compared self-ratings of individuals' actual personality and their idealized self with ratings made by observers of their Facebook profile. Observer ratings corresponded more closely with actual personality than idealized personality, suggesting that although people can use social media to influence others' perceptions of them, the images presented are not wildly different from their actual selves. Number 22. Researchers like Blau, Scott, and Evan acknowledge that the concept of organization set was developed by analogy from Robert K. Merton's concept of role set. Merton noted that a single position, such as mother, is associated with not one, but a cluster of different roles, depending on the identity of the counterpositions. Thus, a mother has specific role obligations toward her children, others toward the father, still others toward the child's teachers, and so on. Similarly, a given organization participates in a variety of relations depending on the identity of its specific partners and competitors. For example, a small grocery store will relate in one manner with its suppliers, another with its customers, yet another with city officials, and so on. The fundamental idea is a simple one, but its implications are quite rich. One is led to ask questions regarding, for example, the relative size of the organization set, the extent to which one group of role partners is aware of the demands made by another, and the extent to which expectations held by partners coincide. Number 23. There are arguments about why faith in more education might be misplaced. The entrepreneur Peter Thiel offers the most provocative version of that case. He claims that higher education is a bubble, arguing that it is overpriced because people do not get their money's worth, but go to college simply because that's what everybody's doing. Thiel does not deny that those who are better educated tend to earn more on average. Instead, he is suspicious that we never get to see the counterfactual, how these students would have done without their education. His sense is that many of them would have earned just as much, and that universities are just good at identifying talented people rather than adding value. Thiel now offers $100,000 grants to young students who choose to skip or stop out of college to start companies instead. The Teal Foundation, which manages the grants, points out that its recipients have started 60 companies worth a combined total of over $1.1 billion. According to some people like Teal, getting a higher education may help students make more money on average, but it is not necessarily cost-effective compared to what is earned by those who opt to start a business without a college education. Numbers 24 and 25. To illustrate the connection between thought and feeling, consider a soft drink dispenser in a self-service restaurant. Our particular model has a row of labeled buttons at the top and spouts underneath that dispense the desired beverage if the corresponding button is pushed. In our case, the buttons represent our interpretations: wrong, unfortunate, terrible, right, and shameful, or I am wrong. Should I, in any given situation, arrive at the interpretation that something is wrong and consequently push the soda fountain button for I am wrong, then the machine would ideally dispense the corresponding beverage, namely anger. As long as I have awareness of pushing a certain button, the buttons are labeled correctly, and they are properly connected to the corresponding beverage container, the machine will function without a hitch. Unfortunately, most of us are unaware of the connections between interpretations on the mental level and our corresponding reactions on the emotional level, however. Because of this, we often behave like people who continuously push buttons on a soda machine and watch in desperation as the cup overflows. We do not notice that we are pushing the button since we are completely unaware of its existence. We are oblivious to the fact that a particular interpretation is made before anger, for example, arises in our system, namely, this is wrong. When we become aware of this interpretation, it is like suddenly watching our own thumb continuously push the soda button despite the fact that we have already filled up our cup or would actually prefer lemonade or water instead. Numbers 26 through 28. I was once sitting in Ben Gurion Airport, waiting for my flight to be announced. Suddenly, I heard a strange, almost animal-like noise. I looked around and realized that a woman sitting a few rows in front of me was weeping loudly. I was a little thrown and did not know what to do. Should I allow her privacy? Should I approach her? My heart went out to her crying alone in an airport. An older woman, who had also noticed her, went up to her and said something, but then moved away again, and I guessed that she had refused an offer of help. She continued with her aching crying, and I continued to wonder if I should do something nonetheless. Eventually I took my courage and went over. Rather than asking if everything was okay, which would probably have elicited a polite rebuttal, as in the case of the other woman, I sat down next to her and said, I don't want to bother you, but I couldn't help noticing that you are in distress. I guess she saw the genuine empathy in my eyes as she proceeded to pour out her story. Her sister, who was relatively young, had just lost her husband, and this woman had spent the week being the rock upon which her sister could lean. Only now that she was leaving did she allow the flood of grief for her sister to deluge her, to the point where she abandoned her inhibitions and cried her heart out in such a public place. She spoke to me for just a few minutes, but I sensed that she parted from me a little comforted, for somebody else had just for a moment reached out to her and provided a shoulder for her to cry on, in a reversal of her usual role. I am often afraid of rejection and assume that no one would want me specifically to comfort them. But it's not true. Where there is real emotion, there can never be enough warm hands to hold, empathetic eyes to reflect the pain, and shoulders to cry on. Mini Test 2. Number 1. Dear river lovers, do you enjoy water activities on rivers? With the year coming to a close, make 2024 your year to leave the ordinary behind and venture into extraordinary adventures. Enter the 2024 River Lottery for the chance to be awarded river permits for access to rafting, kayaking, and paddling on some of the most scenic and exciting waterways in the country. The permit lottery process is used for popular destinations and activities. It helps manage the large volume of interest and ensures an enhanced experience on the river. You can submit your application through the Lotteries page on our website or through the Lotteries section in the publicwaters.net mobile app. Number 2. I pitched my tent in the dark and the pouring rain, hoping I'd scrambled far enough up the slope to be out of the range of flash floods. Crawling inside was like entering a washing machine on spin cycle. Wind dashed against the wet fabric inches from my upturned face, spraying me with a fine mist. As my sleeping bag slowly soaked through, tiredness slowly overcame me. As my eyelids began to feel heavy, I began to second-guess my choice of activities for the spring break holiday. I could have joined friends on a fishing trip, partaking in the sort of beery camaraderie that is more or less expected of college students during the final term of their final year. Instead, I decided at the last minute to throw my camping gear into a backpack and head out to explore a remote corner of the Southern California desert. It never occurred to me to prepare for a storm. Number 3. You help other people understand you by creating a secure arena for communication on their terms. Then the listener can use his energy to understand rather than to consciously or unconsciously react to your manner of communicating. All of us need to develop our flexibility and so be able to vary our style of communication, adapting it when we speak to people who are different from us. Here we find another truth. No matter what method you choose to communicate with as an individual, you will always be in the minority. No matter what kind of behavior you have, the majority of people around you will function differently from you. You can't just base your method of communication on your own preferences. Flexibility and the ability to interpret other people's needs is what characterizes a good communicator. Knowing and understanding another person's style of behavior and method of communication will result in more educated guesses about how a person may possibly react in various situations. This understanding will also dramatically increase your ability to get through to the person in question. Number 4. 7/10 of the Earth's surface lies under water. The great world ocean represents the vast majority of our planet's habitable space, and we depend on it in ways we may never have paused to reflect on. It is home to perhaps 2 million species, the bulk of them still unknown to science. But despite all that, anyone keeping track of contemporary politics could be forgiven for wondering if the ocean is there at all. Remarkably few of our governments contain ministries for the ocean. South Korea and Canada are rare exceptions, and our politicians rarely campaign on ocean-related issues, though fishing did emerge as an issue during the 2016 Brexit referendum. The ocean is governed by a complex body of international law, which the average citizen probably knows little about. Going about your busy life, you might be tempted to file the ocean, its politics, and the law of the sea in a mental box along with gravity or the Internet. Its immense size and its permanence might fool you into believing that the ocean is immune to degradation. Number 5. The nature of the task can matter more than the nature of the person. Most of us have heard the theory that we each have a preferred learning style, and the more we can use the one that fits, the more we'll remember. Unfortunately, virtually no evidence supports that theory. That doesn't mean that all approaches to studying are equally effective. It's just that the strategy that works best often depends more on the task than on the person. Similarly, different parts of our personalities can serve different types of goals. We act extroverted when we want to connect with others or seize an opportunity, and we become disciplined when we want to get something done or avoid mistakes. In one study, conscientiousness especially emerged when the things that needed to get done were difficult and urgent, even for people who were not especially organized and hard-working in general. Number 6. Gifts are one way of defining a private world of love and ritual, which is different from and in contrast to the impersonal capitalist economy. Yet gift-giving in modern society is affected by that economy. This is most obvious in the case of monetary gifts, whose value lies entirely in the capacity to purchase things in the marketplace. However, it also exists in the case of gifts of things, where those gifts consist, as most do, of things that are purchased. There is a problem here. In advanced capitalist societies, consumption by individuals of things that they do not produce is a massive activity. There is a danger here that purchased gifts will lose their significance in the face of all the things that individuals purchase for themselves. Gift-giving separates a world of love and ritual from the capitalist economy. But in the end, the two systems of meaning cannot be entirely separated because they are interconnected. Number 7. We argue that a transition towards more sustainable lifestyles will come from revisioning the human place in nature, realizing ourselves not as separate, but as part of the whole, with a responsibility to nurture the biosphere forever. It will not occur because we are afraid of weathering the perfect storm of unsustainability. Instead, we believe that what is needed is a deeper and more positive process, a revisioning of the relationship between people and planet, undertaken in different ways by individuals, families, communities, and nations. Such visions will show the potential for reconnection to bring about not just planetary health, but also personal well-being, joy, health, and flourishing. There is strong evidence to show that well-being, the good stuff of life, is brought about by such reconnection of the human and the natural. It is a vision to find a way towards reconciling our aspirations with the finitudes of our planet. Number 8. What makes a story shareable per journalists? The above graph shows the 2022 survey results of more than 2,500 journalists on what they think makes a story shareable. According to the survey, the factor that was most likely to help make a story shareable was the subject, with 71% saying that a shareable piece is one in which the subject is connected to a trending story. Containing an image or infographic was the second most cited factor in making a story shareable at 65%, with exclusive and/or surprising data 57% next on the list. More than a third of the journalists who participated in the survey considered containing a video to be the factor that makes a story shareable. Journalists who said that involving a relevant social media influencer makes a story shareable accounted for 12%. The percentage of journalists who responded that including quotes from a company spokesperson is what makes a story shareable was less than half of the percentage of those who said that brevity will do the job. Number 9. Art Tatum, born in 1909 in Toledo, Ohio, and died in 1956 in Los Angeles, is considered one of the greatest jazz pianists of all time. His performances were praised for their technical skills and creativity, which set a new standard for jazz piano virtuosity. Tatum, who was visually impaired from childhood, displayed an early talent for music. Although Tatum gained some formal piano training at the Toledo School of Music, he was largely self-taught. At age 13, after starting on the violin, Tatum concentrated on the piano and was soon performing on local radio programs. At 21, he moved to New York City, where he made his most impressive recordings during the 1930s and 40s. In 1943, he organized a trio with guitarist Tiny Grimes and bassist Slam Stewart, and he played mostly in the trio format for the rest of his life. Although Tatum was admired by many jazz musicians, his popularity faded in the mid to late 1940s with the advent of bebop, a movement that Tatum did not embrace. Number 10. High-Frequency Facial Device, User Manual. Effects and Benefits. This high-frequency facial device is an effective beauty instrument. Effects and benefits include acceleration of blood circulation, reduction of wrinkles, and tightening of the skin. Usage information. 1. Do not use on one part of the skin for over 10 seconds. 2. Do not use if pregnant or intending to become pregnant. 3. For sensitive skin, place a piece of soft, light fabric on the skin before use to avoid excess stimulation. Important safety information. 1. Do not assemble or operate this device with wet hands. 2. Remove the power cable after use. 3. Do not insert any unnecessary items into the device's jack, as this may cause a fire. If anything gets into the jack, contact the manufacturer. Do not attempt to remove it yourself. Warranty. Included with the purchase of this device is a 1-year limited warranty. Number 11. Eco-friendly turtle spotting boat tour. Our unique, eco-friendly turtle spotting tour allows you to watch the sea turtles and to swim in the most extraordinary turquoise waters around Turtle Island. The tour includes a guided boat trip to Turtle Island, 2 swim stops at caves and beaches where you can relax and enjoy swimming with brightly colored fish, a snack bar on board with coffee, ice cream, sandwiches, and snacks. Available days and times: Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sunday mornings. Departure and arrival. The pickup time at your resort will be around 8:30 a.m. The drop-off time will be around 1:45 p.m., depending on the resort you are staying at. Prices: €23 per adult, €17 per child. Lunch is not included. You're welcome to bring your own packed lunch, which can be consumed on board. Call us at 789-5213 to book this tour. Number 12. Conventional and nuclear weapons exist in physical space, where their deployments can be perceived and their capabilities at least roughly calculated. By contrast, cyber weapons derive an important part of their utility from their opacity. Their disclosure may effectively degrade some of their capabilities. Their intrusions exploit previously undisclosed flaws in software, obtaining access to a network or system without the authorized user's permission or knowledge. In the case of distributed denial of service, DDoS attacks, as on communication systems, a large number of seemingly valid information requests may be used to overwhelm systems and make them unavailable for their intended use. In such cases, the true sources of the attack may be masked, making it difficult or impossible to determine, at least in the moment, who is attacking. Even one of the most famous instances of cyber-enabled industrial sabotage, the Stuxnet disruption of manufacturing control computers used in Iranian nuclear efforts, has not been formally acknowledged by any government. Number 13. In cultures based on a rigid social hierarchy with strict adherence to rules, visual art tends to adopt well-ordered, conventional, rigid, and stereotypical forms. Ancient Egyptian art does not attempt to depict depth or distance or the layout of objects in a scene. The same drawing system persisted for almost 3,000 years. Objects were arranged in a flat picture plane along lines drawn on walls. Objects and their parts were observed with great precision, but depicted in a way that conveyed shape in the most simplified manner. In human figures, the torso was drawn from the front, but the head, waist, and limbs were drawn in profile. Medieval artists revived the Egyptian reluctance to record the natural world faithfully, favoring instead depictions of the human form that conform to a strict formula involving expressionless, flat figures without individuality. This system of depiction was driven by religious concerns to avoid glorifying the attributes of individuals and their unique viewpoint on the world. There was little attempt to portray realistic depth, and the depicted stature of figures tended to reflect their social status. Number 14. The search for publicity is, at heart, a quest for a shortcut to friendship. Yet real kindness is never available in a public sphere. It is the fruit of a few intimate and reciprocal connections. It cannot be won remotely or one-sidedly. If it is safety one seeks, one must definitively and immediately cease to strive to be known to people one doesn't know, and concentrate instead on building up genuine bonds that can survive one's errors and endure for life. Paradoxically and poignantly, it is most often the very anxious who feel a particular longing for the embrace of fame, but it is especially they, given their fragility, who should be warned away from its ultimately always revengeful arms. Being entirely forgotten by the world is no curse or sign of failure. It is the very basis for a contented and safe life in which one swaps the prospect of followers and mean-minded detractors for the deeper satisfaction of true friends. Number 15. It is important to understand the distinction between indicators of market or non-market activity and well-defined measures of benefit or cost. While economic values are often related to human activities, simple indicators viewed in isolation, e.g., number of beach visits, can sometimes provide misleading perspectives. For example, simple activity indicators ignore values realized by non-users or benefits related to unmeasured activities, i.e., activities not captured by the indicator in question. Because of these and other limitations, indicators of economic activity sometimes increase due to negative changes in the environment. Suppose that closing local beach A due to pollution causes more people to visit neighboring unpolluted beach B. An analyst looking solely at visitor numbers for beach B might incorrectly conclude that this represents a positive change at beach B, when in fact more visitors to beach B simply reflects the closure of beach A, a substitute beach. Using the appropriate economic frameworks for analysis can prevent such misleading conclusions. Simple behavioral and other indicators can sometimes provide a cost-effective means to help guide policy, but they can also contribute to incorrect conclusions if not paired with more comprehensive economic analysis. Number 16. When you look at the photos of an expert like Malik Sidibé, you are looking at a small fraction of the portraits he chose to show his viewers. Photos with closed eyes, crooked clothing, unflattering expressions, or those with a poor exposure were surely edited out and hidden from his audience. Street photographers like Joel Meyerowitz make thousands of photos that are never seen by fans. His discriminating eye chooses exactly what he wants his audience to see. Any digital image that doesn't meet Meyerowitz's personal expectations is put in a folder that may never be opened again. Most of the photographs anyone makes will likely end up in a digital junk heap on a forgotten hard drive. The point is that photographers put a lot of creative energy, time, and expense into making photographs, most of which don't represent the quality the creator expects. Yet, those hidden photos are critically important to the process of image making. They represent the stages of failure and experimentation needed to arrive at a creative breakthrough. Those in-between photos are part of the step-by-step development process that leads you from one successful image to the next. Number 17. Plans need to have a degree of flexibility under changing circumstances, but settling on clear deadlines and tasks helps to avoid opening up the problematic flexibility that can open the door to interpreting delay as something other than that. To take an illustration from the context of health, consider Gary, who has noticed that he has been getting colds quite frequently and thinks that it would be good to make an appointment with a primary care physician soon to get some medical tests done. And yet he finds himself putting it off. Gary thinks of himself as conscientious and certainly not someone who would fail to take care of himself. As he considers, at a certain point, whether to phone the doctor or put it off for a day, the lack of specificity in his intention affords him plenty of wiggle room for thinking that he is still going to make the appointment soon. In such contexts, by entering into his calendar a specific time for making the call and an automatic reminder, Gary can create an attentional structure that makes it difficult for him to overlook the fact that failing to make the call at the appointed time is a case of delay. Number 18. Even the care we take for nature is motivated by a certain goal-oriented striving under the heading of conservation. We treat nature as a scarce resource to be preserved for the health of the planet and the security of future generations. But rarely do we attempt to appreciate and protect nature for its own sake, as a source of wonder and awe, in the face of which we stand to gain new perspectives on ourselves and the goals we pursue. When pressed to articulate why biodiversity matters, for example, we turn almost automatically to some account of how, when one species goes extinct, others will suffer, including, in the end, ourselves. Even if it does become possible to bring back extinct species, there is the question of whether or not we should. We lack the vocabulary in which to understand the diversity of nature as intrinsically meaningful and as worthy of our engagement. Number 19. Sport does not require architecture. A field can serve as the grounds for foot races, ball games, and other modes of sporting activity. Early football games in England famously, or perhaps notoriously, took place without fixed dimensions and across the townscape. Swimming, boating, surfing, all can take place in natural, undesigned sites. The exterior wall of a building can be the backboard for handball or tennis. Nevertheless, the architecture of sport stretches back through history to the earliest exemplars of built forms. This is notable for both sporting and architectural reasons. In order to design and build sport architecture, there must already be in place some degree of codification of the rules of the game to be played, and the minimum spatial dimensions necessary to undertake that activity. Thus, the precursor of our modern stadia, the stadion, was both the place where a foot race was run and a unit of measurement. Sport architecture, therefore, emerges at the intersection of the codification of the rules of various games and means and mode of design and construction. Number 20. Great fairy tales are full of suspense and emotional ups and downs, with the hero or heroine fighting and then overcoming antagonists and obstacles. The bigger the difficulties and the greater the suspense, the more interesting the story. Cinderella had no clothes, no carriage, and a rigid deadline. She had lost her shoe. Cinderella was sad, then happy because of the fairy godmother, then scared again when the clock struck 12. An interviewee faced an employer going bankrupt, saw her superiors resign, and was left with a weak team. Both of these examples have a central character, Cinderella and the interviewee. Audiences generally identify more with people and characters in the stories than with abstract discussion. In business storytelling, when there is no one central character, characters can be woven into the body of the story. For example, in the next 10 minutes, I will show you 5 reasons why our business will disappear within 5 years if we continue with business as usual. Then, one reason could include the story of how a big customer was disappointed, and another reason could include the story of how a group of salesmen felt helpless. Number 21. Throughout history, people have pooled their resources to varying degrees in order to enjoy the benefits and manage the risks that come from living in large groups. These benefits include specialization of labor, mutual defense, and shared infrastructure. As groups get larger, from family to village to major cities and nation-states, the mutual obligations become more abstract and are often mediated through institutions and the political process. Rather than owe something to our family or community, our obligations morph into solidarity with fellow citizens or duty to our country. In the past, for example, families educated their children, cared for the sick and unemployed at home. Today, most rely on schools, medical facilities, and, in some countries, unemployment benefits paid by the state. That is why today people are expected to contribute to the common good when they are productive adults and, in exchange, get an education when they are young and support when they are sick, unemployed, or old. The exact nature of these expectations varies according to the cultural norms, institutions, policies, and laws that define the rights and obligations of individuals relative to those of the wider society, but the existence of such expectations is universal. Number 22. Natural processes in soils in many places on the planet concentrate potentially hazardous geologic materials. The health hazards posed by these elements depend on the way humans interact with their environment, which can vary significantly among different cultures. Primitive cultures that live off the land are more susceptible to hazards and diseases associated with contaminated or poor water quality, toxic elements in plants harvested from contaminated soils, and insect and animal-borne diseases associated with unsanitary environments. In contrast, more developed societies are more likely to be affected by air pollution, different types of water pollution, and indoor pollution, such as radon exposure. Some diseases reflect a complex interaction among humans, insects, or animals, climate, and the natural concentration of certain elements in the environment. For instance, schistosomiasis-bearing snails are abundant in parts of Africa and Asia, where natural waters are rich in calcium derived from soils. But in similar climates in South America, the condition is rare. It is thought that this difference is because the waters in South America are calcium poor, whereas disease-bearing snails need calcium to build their shells. Number 23. The United States lags in some sustainability indicators because it has already developed unsustainably. It's easier to start from scratch and develop sustainably than to fix all of the mistakes we've made. It will be very expensive to rebuild our infrastructure to be more sustainable. Leapfrogging allows developing countries to skip the implementation of old, inefficient technologies used in developed countries, thereby avoiding the environmentally harmful stages of economic development. For example, developing countries can build mobile phone networks that require much less raw materials and construction than landlines. They can deploy decentralized renewable energy systems, such as PV panels, while in the United States, we will be stuck for some time with old coal-fired power plants and an aging, inefficient electrical grid. U.S. cities and suburbs were built when energy was cheap, and there were no concerns about global warming, so we are forced to drive great distances to accomplish everyday tasks. Developing countries can concentrate development in cities, where people can live more sustainably and preserve green space around the cities. The U.S. is behind in some sustainability indicators because, compared with developing countries that can bypass the use of environmentally harmful technologies, it has to rely on existing technologies and infrastructure that are environmentally unsustainable. Numbers 24 and 25. The debate about how to understand social life has ancient roots and can be traced at least as far back as Plato, who analyzed the differing worldviews of poetry and philosophy, which was, at the time, an approximation of science. Echoes of this debate are still heard today in the endless dialogue between the humanities and the sciences regarding how the world may best be comprehended. Some thinkers argue that the internal states of humans cannot be examined scientifically at all, and must instead be understood non-scientifically via intuitive, interpretive, or even religious methods. Even some scientists devoted to strong empiricism adopt this view. B.F. Skinner, the leading 20th century advocate of behaviorism and the author of Walden 2, famously reasoned that internal mental states are unobservable and unquantifiable subjectivities, and thus belong outside the range of objective scientific scrutiny, in contrast to observable, individual and collective behaviors. Some philosophers and theologians continue to embrace the age-old dualistic separation between the material world and the mental world. The underlying claim is that we cannot use science to fully understand the soul, or even feelings, thoughts, morals, or beauty. While the issue of the soul is a matter unto itself, feelings, thoughts, morals, and even beauty, and their evolutionary origins, are in fact yielding increasingly to science in the 21st century, with techniques as diverse as MRI imaging and behavior genetics. Numbers 26 through 28. Emily was the youngest of 3 daughters in a family of great soccer players. Her mother played soccer in high school and college, as did her 2 older sisters. Following in their footsteps, Emily began her freshman year of high school as a star player on the soccer team. Soon, however, Emily's coach noticed that while Emily had great skills, she just didn't show the kind of passion for the game she had seen in other great players she'd coached. She noticed something else about Emily. She had an unusually graceful stride as she ran up and down the field. And to her coach's surprise, Emily seemed to absolutely love the running drills that the other players hated during practice. One day, the coach called her over after practice. "Emily, why do you play soccer?" she asked. Somewhat puzzled, she responded, "Because everyone in my family plays soccer, and because I'm really good at it." Then the coach asked, "But do you love it?" With a somewhat dejected look, she shook her head. "Playing soccer was really fun when I was younger, but now it feels like something I have to do. Everyone expects me to be like my mom and sisters. I don't want to let them down." That's when she realized that her job as Emily's coach had, in an important way, just begun. Rather than continue to try to get her to fit in as a soccer player, the coach asked Emily about her true interests. She wasn't surprised to learn that Emily had a passion for running. Running was effortless for her, she said. When running long distances, she felt relaxed and free from all the worries and cares in her life. After several more conversations with Emily, and then an initially difficult discussion with her family, the coach and her family allowed Emily to leave the soccer team and switch to running track for the spring semester. By her junior year, Emily was the #1 runner on the girls' cross-country team, and as a senior, she led the team to the state finals. While she lost one of her better players, the coach knew she'd done the right thing. In the process, she helped Emily find her true passion. Mini-Test 3. Number 1. Your insurance adjuster recently submitted the assessment for the wind damage to our roof. There are specific errors within the claim that you need to address. The damage was to the dormer on the north side of the house. High winds from last month's storms had lifted many of the tiles from the roof and caused a leak. This caused water damage to the internal ceiling of an upstairs bedroom. When the adjuster examined the dormer, he looked only at the roofing on the dormer's south side, where damage was minimal. The true damage was on the north side. He awarded damages based on what he saw, and it seems that he did not look very closely at the extent of the damage. A specialist from Caesar Roofing estimates repairs to both the roof and the water-damaged ceiling at $968. Your check for $232 arrived today. I am holding the check until I receive your response to this letter. Please contact me as soon as possible about this matter. Number 2. In 2004, my son Noah was turning 1 year old, and I had a problem. How do I make him a birthday cake? He was seriously allergic to dairy, soy, and egg. A memory of an incident unsettled me. A bite of bakery cake at daycare sent us to the emergency room. I had never made a birthday cake myself, but Noah was turning 1. I wanted him to have birthday cake. I found a website called foodallergickids.org and asked on the forum there, did anyone have a dairy, soy, and egg-free cake recipe? In response to my question, I got a shower of warm welcomes from parents on the site. They shared an excellent, safe cake recipe and provided a host of other support. Parents on the site helped me figure out how to make a clear and effective allergy awareness sheet for his daycare teachers. They shared tips for how to safely order food in a restaurant. Their experience was invaluable, and they also were emotionally supportive in a way no one else could be. Number 3. Did you know that fluoridated toothpaste, magnetic resonance imaging, MRI technology, N95 masks, and blood banking all have origins in academic research labs? The discoveries that contributed to these successful innovations may well have remained of purely academic interest had researchers not taken active steps to move those discoveries into the realm of invention. By doing so, those inventors changed the world. You, as a researcher, want your work to matter. You spend long hours designing, conducting, and analyzing experiments, and then you think hard about how and where to disseminate the results. Researchers present their work via seminars, conference posters and presentations, book chapters, and journal publications, primarily targeting other academic researchers. We now challenge you to think more broadly about taking your messages to additional audiences, especially those that have commercial capabilities. Number 4. It is rumored that Michael Jordan practiced more than anyone else, was always up for another practice game, or a card game, a round of golf, shooting baskets far into the night while his teammates were done and gone. Erickson and Poole reference this continued energy as maintenance, yet in light of Jordan's remarkable level of energy throughout the night following a demanding game, it was far beyond maintenance. It was self-invigorating and self-renewing. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy that flowed like a humming mantra. The more one does, the more one can do. To put this into terms for invigorating the students in our classrooms, it is easy to rally students with a similar trigger. By planning a show or exhibition of their work or a demonstration of their performances, students are motivated with renewed energy as they prepare to showcase their work. The invitation to show their artwork or perform in the PE demonstration or participate in the school musical performance or the school poetry fest seems to do the trick. Humans are motivated to act by enticements that matter to them, endeavors that are relevant and raise the bar on the mundane routines of the everyday classwork. Number 5. I have been teaching a course on leadership for many years and have concluded that the main way you can distinguish good from not-so-good leaders is in who they are looking out for. Bad leaders always have one person in mind, themselves. They may say they care about others. They may do things that seem to show care for others. They even may appear to be sad when hearing about the misfortunes of others, but in the end, they always look out for number one, themselves. When they help others, it is to help themselves, or merely to demonstrate overtly but falsely how caring and considerate they are. When they listen to others, it is to figure out what's in it for them. When they act in ways to benefit others, they always have themselves in mind first. Just as criminologists sometimes say that to figure out the perpetrators of a crime, you should follow the money. To figure out who is a good leader, you should follow the benefits. Whom is the leader trying to benefit? And in particular, is it anyone beyond him or herself, or those who immediately can benefit him or herself? Number 6. In Ise, Japan, the Shinto Grand Shrine is disassembled every 20 years, and an exact replica, rebuilt of similar materials, is assembled in the same place. In this form of preservation, perpetuating the building techniques and the ritual act of recreation matters more than the physical continuity of the structure. Similarly, the ancient white horse of Uffington in England was recreated for centuries by locals who scraped the chalk figure every 7 years to keep it from being obscured by growing vegetation. Likewise, cultures that rely on oral traditions retain their sense of cultural heritage without any tangible objects at all, but rather by retelling stories from the past. These and other traditional or folk ways of retaining heritage bring the past and present together, fused in a repeating, cyclical sense of custom through use and interaction in everyday life. Number 7. Students bring energy and creativity to solving campus environmental problems, finding resources, and collecting detailed information. They are eager and energetic and contribute a unique perspective to the process of environmental action, although they are often overlooked as a resource by staff and administrators. Students' own systems of governance can be effective vehicles for promoting environmental change. Students across the country have advocated for recycling programs and other environmental initiatives at many schools. Commonly, they provide the volunteer labor to begin and promote a program. The most successful and lasting programs are partnerships between students and university staff and administrators. At Tufts University, student pressure and activism led to divestment from a utility company because its planned hydroelectric plant threatened sensitive ecosystems and indigenous people. A student lawsuit at UCLA forced improved ventilation in the art studios. Number 8. EU 28 Population by Age Group and Participation in Tourism, 2017. The above graph shows EU 28 population by age group and participation in tourism in 2017. In all of the age groups, the number of people who participated in tourism was well over 30 million. In the 35 to 44 age group, the number of people who participated in tourism was more than 40 million. The percentage of people aged 25 to 34 who participated in tourism was higher than that of people aged 55 to 64 who participated in tourism. In the 55 to 64 age group, the percentage of the population who participated in tourism was more than double the percentage of the population who did not. Only in the 65 years or over age group was the percentage of people who did not participate in tourism higher than that of people who participated in tourism. Number 9. The Philippine eagle lives in the forests of the Philippines. It is one of the rarest and most powerful birds in the world, with a wingspan of over 7 feet. Its main diet is monkeys and medium-sized mammals, a fact that has earned it a second name, monkey-eating eagle. It hunts during the day, beginning at the top of a mountain and moving down from tree to tree. This allows it to soar from one location to another, conserving energy since it doesn't have to flap its wings. 2 eagles will sometimes hunt together, one soaring overhead to distract a group of monkeys while the other swoops in for the kill. Because of habitat destruction, the Philippine eagle is critically endangered, with fewer than 750 left in the wild. Mating pairs have only 1 chick every 2 years, making the population slow to recover. Luckily, the only known predators of the eagle are humans. The birds have been protected as the national bird of the Philippines since 1995. Killing one is punishable by 12 years in jail. Number 10. Summer Adventure Camps. Come and experience challenge and adventure this summer. Our summer camps offer a range of fun outdoor activities: kayaking, rock climbing, seashore explorations, team games, and challenges. Junior Explorer Camp, June 29th to July 1st. Age 10 to 12 years. Cost $120 per person. Max 15 participants. Adventure Camp, July 5th to 8th. Age 10 to 14 years. Cost $140 per person. Max 15 participants. Please note, we provide all specialized equipment. You should bring the following: sunscreen and towel, a large plastic bag for taking home wet clothes, several sets of warm clothes suitable for outdoors, not jeans or denim, sturdy shoes or boots, hat and gloves. Spaces are very limited and fill up fast. For questions, call us at 231-5467. Number 11. Green Medical Transport Chair. The Green Medical Transport Chair is specially designed to transport patients short distances. It is not to be used as a regular wheelchair. Operating tips. 1. To open the chair, tilt to one side and push down on the seat rails. 2. Lift the back support to an upright position. The lock to secure the back will engage automatically. 3. The lowest part of the footrest should not be less than 2.5 inches from the ground to permit proper clearance. Note, the transport chair should not be operated without the assistance of an attendant. Safety tips. 1. Before entering or leaving the chair, engage the wheel locks against the tires on both rear wheels. 2. Do not move forward on the seat while leaning forward out of the chair. 3. Do not step on the foot plates when transferring. Number 12. People consume a range of ingredients to attain a balanced diet, and yet people can tire of the sameness and, out of curiosity, desire to experience new tastes and textures. This taste dilemma has developed throughout mammalian history as humans evolved to adapt to many habitats. Humans are omnivores. Being omnivorous requires exploration and innovation. Yet, as Paul Rosen sees it, exploration and testing can lead to anxiety because of a fear of eating new, foreign food, not knowing whether it will be disgusting or tasty. Rosen has written about this hypothesis of food selection, that humans and rats have an aversion to consuming new foods, yet at the same time have a drive to do so. He proposes that there is a paradox surrounding our food choice habits, a form of cognitive dissonance. This dilemma drives humans to eat beyond our biological imperative as we eat more and more variety than is needed for survival. Number 13. Like an addiction to anything, when the craving for certainty is met, there is a sensation of reward. At low levels, for example, when predicting where your foot will land as you walk, the reward is often unnoticeable, except when your foot doesn't land the way you predicted, which equates with uncertainty. The pleasure of prediction is more acute when you listen to music based on repeating patterns. The ability to predict and then obtain data that meets those predictions generates an overall toward response. It's part of the reason that games such as solitaire, Sudoku, and crossword puzzles are enjoyable. They give you a little rush from creating more certainty in the world in a safe way. Entire industries are devoted to resolving larger uncertainties, from shopfront palm readers to the mythical black boxes that can supposedly predict stock trends and make investors millions. Some parts of accounting and consulting make their money by helping executives experience a perception of increasing certainty through strategic planning and forecasting. While the financial markets of 2008 showed once again that the future is inherently uncertain, the one thing that's certain is that people will always pay lots of money, at least to feel less uncertain. That's because uncertainty feels, to the brain, like a threat to your life. Number 14. One of the earliest experiments investigating the distortions caused by categorization was a simple study in which subjects were asked to estimate the lengths of a set of 8 line segments. The longest of those lines was 5% longer than the next in the bunch, which in turn was 5% longer than the third longest, and so on. The researchers asked half their subjects to estimate the lengths of each of the lines in centimeters. But before asking the other subjects to do the same, they artificially grouped the lines into 2 sets. The longer 4 lines were labeled Group A, the shorter 4 labeled Group B. The experimenters found that once the lines were thought of as belonging to a group, the subjects perceived them differently. They judged the lines within each group as being closer in length to one another than they really were, and the length difference between the 2 groups as being greater than it actually was. Number 15. In my research with Leanne Young and James Duncan of Boston College, we studied the effects of loyalty on people using Amazon's Mechanical Turk, an online marketplace where users earn money for completing tasks. At the beginning of the study, we asked some participants to write an essay about loyalty and others to write about fairness. Later in the study, they were each exposed to poor work by someone else. Those who had received the loyalty nudge were less willing to blow the whistle on a fellow user for inferior performance. This finding complements research showing that bribery is more common in countries that prize collectivism. The sense of group belonging and interdependence among members often leads people to tolerate the offense. It makes them feel less accountable for it, diffusing responsibility to the collective whole instead of assigning it to the individual. In short, empathy for those within one's immediate circle can conflict with justice for all. Number 16. Social engineering is a method of gaining access to systems, data, or buildings through the exploitation of the human psychology. As foolish as it may sound, some companies and organizations think that they are resistant to the threat of social engineering. On the contrary, no organization is immune to social engineering, not even the White House or any other prominent system. For instance, a contest was held at a security conference wherein the participants were asked to obtain information from target companies, which could be utilized for a hypothetical attack. Out of the 140 phone calls that were made to employees of the target companies, almost all the employees divulged information except for 5, who refused to give out anything. In addition, 90% of the employees clicked on a URL which was sent to them by the participants. These employees did not even bother knowing the person who sent it. This security conference concluded on how wide and dangerous the scope of social engineering is for all systems and organizations. Number 17. More often than not, key environmental influences on personality occur during a person's early life, so it would require a time machine to fix things. Think Back to the Future. It is also quite common for nurture to act in concert with nature, accentuating predispositions or enhancing existing potential. For example, ambitious people tend to have competitive jobs, and as their jobs become more competitive, they tend to become more ambitious as a result. Likewise, extroverts may choose jobs that require a great deal of networking and interpersonal schmoozing. Yet adaptation to those jobs tends to increase their extroversion even further. And so personal qualities, including talent-related traits, are always influenced by both nature and nurture, but often in the same direction, such that nurture ends up amplifying characteristics that were already there to begin with. In that sense, the more people change, the more they become like themselves. By and large, as we grow older, we all become exaggerated versions of our earlier selves. Number 18. People often confuse two different standards for thinking, which we might call the good thinker, active open-mindedness, and the expert. Because experts know the answer to most questions, they usually do not have to consider alternatives to counter evidence. If we admire experts, we may come to admire people who are decisive in the sense of being rigid. When a news commentator criticizes a political candidate for waffling and being unsure, as might befit a good thinker faced with many of the issues that politicians must face, the implication is that the candidate is not expert enough to have figured out the right answer. A sizable number of people display a fundamental mistrust of intellectuals and experts, a trait known as anti-intellectualism. Similarly, a person who adopts a know-it-all tone, speaking without qualification or doubt, is giving a sign of expertise. Some parents, perhaps because they are experts about the matter under discussion, talk this way to their children, who come to think of it as a grown-up way to talk. Number 19. Any object will experience a temperature decrease if it emits more radiation than it absorbs. At night, the Earth's surface emits infrared radiation, but since the sun is not shining, it absorbs very little radiation. In fact, it only absorbs the infrared that is emitted by the atmosphere downward toward the surface. Thus, the Earth's surface cools all night long. When the sun finally peaks over the horizon, the Earth is still emitting a good amount of infrared radiation. In fact, it is still emitting more than it absorbs from the first faint rays of sunshine at dawn. Not until the incoming solar radiation grows larger, sometime after sunrise, does the incoming radiation finally equal the outgoing infrared radiation. At that precise moment, the temperature will have reached its minimum value, for in the next minute, the incoming solar radiation will be larger than the outgoing infrared, and so absorption will exceed emission, and the temperature will rise as a consequence. Number 20. Some experts argue that until the world's distribution of wealth is altered, population will not be controlled. For example, PL proposed that population control closely follows economic development, which enables people to escape from the poverty cycle. In other words, as poverty lessens, birth rates also decrease because women have better educational and professional opportunities, as well as access to birth control. Lowered infant mortality accompanies economic development, and improved nutrition and medical care also helps to reduce birth rates. But unfortunately, poverty has been growing. More than 1 billion people in the world live in desperate poverty, without the basic resources of clean water, adequate food, shelter, or sanitation. Even in developed countries such as the United States, more than 1 person in 9, 11.3%, fell below the official poverty line in 2000. If current practices continue, 1/2 of the world's population will live in absolute poverty by 2050, meaning too poor to grow or buy enough food or maintain a job. Number 21. The introduction of digital technology has presented customers with transparency and new ways to search for information about products. Consumers are increasingly relying on online reviews on the Internet or word of mouth from friends. The change in consumer behavior has likewise presented firms with a new way to connect with its customer base. Firms that are the most effective at connecting information regarding the customer's path to purchase, supporting the buying process, are able to position themselves strongly in the future market. Several large organizations have realized that competitive advantage is no longer derived from low cost or product differentiation. Instead, competitive advantage is gained and sustained through a platform offering a system of connected and complementary products that raise consumers' switching costs through strong network effects, meaning the higher the value of the platform is, the more people use it. Network effects and knowledge of customer behavior and needs provide the driving force behind any successful organization and platform, together with a demand-driven approach. What will customers want and why? Number 22. Adapted to life in the icy environment in the Antarctic Ocean, where their bodies are at the same glacial temperature as the seas around them, krill are reliant on an unusual internal chemistry. For instance, they possess some of the most powerful and unusual digestive enzymes known in nature. Enzymes are biological catalysts, vastly accelerating processes such as digestion. Our own enzyme processes, and those of most other animals, slow down dramatically as the temperature drops. Krill enzymes, though, have some extreme working conditions to cope with, and consequently, they've evolved to be super powerful. The amazing characteristics of krill enzymes have recently been used for human medicine to treat wounds and infections, bed sores, gastrointestinal disorders, and blood clots, to name but a few applications. Scientific advances on this scale are rare. When they do occur, it's amazing how often they emerge in the most unlikely circumstances, from research into what might be regarded as unpromising animals. It's another reason to make sure that we do our utmost, not only to safeguard krill, but to value all the biological wealth of the planet. Number 23. Cultural values are fundamental within a workplace because they define the terms of the psychological contracts that an employee holds within the organization. Unlike formal contracts of employment, psychological contracts are unwritten, often unarticulated, and usually only exist as assumptions. In a culturally homogeneous setting, assumptions are generally understood and shared, so the psychological contracts in play may be relatively clear. Rewards are dependent on how well you do. The employee expects to stay in the organization for many years or for just a few years. The corporate ethos reflects the ethos of that particular society, and so on. However, in a culturally diverse workforce, people may have very different expectations of the psychological contract. For example, in some cultures, an organization may reward people because of their family connections rather than on the basis of their performance. Or, in the case of transnational corporations, the overall corporate ethos is very different to that of the host nation. Psychological contracts in a workplace, which aren't normally official, may be interpreted differently among the members of an organization, depending on how culturally diversified the workforce is. Numbers 24 and 25. In his endlessly amusing book, A Mathematician Plays the Stock Market, John Allen Paulos points out that we tend to misunderstand the role chance plays in the outcomes of apparently even games. Imagine that two people, I will call them George Soros and George Bezos, flip a fair coin 1,000 times each, competing to see who can come up with the most heads. We tend to imagine that, after many flips, the outcome would almost always come out very even, with Soros and Bezos each getting about 500 heads and 500 tails. We infer from that conclusion that if one of the players actually ends up well ahead of the other, that outcome must be due either to an unfair coin or to the special skill of one of the players. In fact, as Paulos points out, there is a far greater probability that after 1,000 fair coin flips, Soros or Bezos would be well ahead of the other, having flipped 525 heads to, say, 475 heads. We might call this the law of small numbers. That is, 1,000 flips may seem like a lot, but actually it's not enough observations to ensure that Soros and Bezos will come out even. Thus, if 10,000 people all flipped a fair coin 1,000 times, the aggregate results would tend to be that a goodly number would end up with pretty good records, and an equal number would end up with pretty sorry records. A very few would have spectacular records, and a very few would have abysmal records. Far less than we might expect would have even records. Numbers 26 through 28. Once, a girl in my class called Emma decided to do a research paper on a particular political group. Her father was an active member of the group, as she herself was soon to become. So this major research paper of hers was a rite of passage as well. Perhaps because I was so enthusiastic over her choice of a topic, she assumed I was also sympathetic to her political point of view. Almost conspiratorially, she expressed to me her worries about a history teacher who would also be reading her paper and giving it a grade. Miss Maples is quite open about her political views, and hers differ from my father's. I am worried how she'll mark my paper, she said. I assured her that Miss Maples would insist, as I would, on an objective presentation of factual material, and on sources other than publications of the political group in question, but that our insistence did not in any way imply a prejudice against her or her work. As far as politics go, I told her, mine are probably similar to those of Miss Maples, and look how excited I am about your paper. I had meant to put her at ease, but my mistake was immediately evident from the blood leaving her face. I smiled with great kindness. "It's going to be a wonderful paper," I said. "It's going to be the end of my life," Emma thought. As to the final outcome, it was a wonderful paper, and working on it with her was the beginning of one of the warmest relationships I ever enjoyed with a student. I tried not only to help her see different points of view, but also to give depth to her own. To achieve that, I introduced her to the novels of Ayn Rand and a few other books. What I saw in this girl was the ability to believe in something more than survival, gratification, and success. It was her having some conviction, aside from any content of the conviction itself, that I strove to reinforce. I think it was Toynbee who said that the values of Sparta and Valhalla are preferable to no values at all, and a misfired challenge to the young may be preferable to allowing their need for challenge and commitment to go unmet.